I was quite impressed with the successful outcome of the recent trade negotiations at Starbase 39 Sierra. I am pleased to invite the Federation to send an envoy to the Fara system for a more formal meeting. A great opportunity for both our people. The Federation has requested an alliance with us on several occasions. My people's adherence to balance has prevented it. Now they're more open to the ideas of tying with other worlds. Perhaps your visit will be the start of a lasting friendship between our peoples. Hey, I'm already here. And we're in the Dreadnought again, so no more blowing up problems. Hopefully. Oh, let's get the music player going. And the visuals are bugged. Forming center sweeps. Sir, some of this debris is not only days old, but there's been no reports from the Defari events, accidents, or combat. Welcome to Defara. May you be blessed with balance. I should do a balance counter while we're here. Let's see how many times it gets up to in just this story arc. We're up to 2. We appreciate the Federation's willingness to meet with us in these trying times. Yeah, sure. Wow, that's a big ship. Just how huge mine is. Was it a blind playthrough, Micromano? Because those are pretty cool, usually. Alright, so we're escorting. We're super escort. Catch up! God. We actually lost him. Straight up. He actually left render radius. Ah, old quests. Jazz music. Hi, hazardous. That's actually not a torpedo launcher. That's the Agony Beam. The Agony Beam. It's actually a spinal lance. So, the spinal lance does a whole lot of phaser damage, which also does a dot, which also ignores shields, which also disables the target briefly. And also does it twice. Oh, well, Flygand, apparently that's the spinal lance? Oh, I guess not. What's this ugly crap on my back, then? Jesus. Hey, what's that ship? Looks weird and cold. Sir, they're running a subspace jammer, so we're going to get a lock on them. However, I'm picking up residual warp signature. Okay. So you might wonder why anybody gives a crap about the Defari. I mean, they're just one barely space-capable people, right? Like, in civilization terms, they're a city-state, right? In... oh god, what's that term? Like one province, nation, OPN. There we go, yeah. They're an OPN. The Defari, to my knowledge, are unique to STO. They're dumb, and I hate them. Now, the Lucari, much better. The Lucari are the Defari 2.0. And, yeah. Thank you for the protection and escort. Your diligence and readiness does your credit. Maybe we'll learn more about that strange ship. For now, welcome to Defara. Sure. Let's look it up. Let's hit Memory Alpha. Are the Defari ever mentioned in Memory Alpha? Nope. They are, in fact, completely unique. That's what I thought. Now, the Breen are mentioned and shown a couple of times. The Zenkethi are mentioned. And there's a couple other races which get mentions or brief showcasing in the show which are fleshed out. But I'm pretty sure the Defari, along with the Lucari, are completely unique. Memory Alpha is Alpha canon only, and therefore, no, does not have entries on Star Trek Online. You need Memory Beta, which is Beta canon, in order to get access to STO information. Why does Star Trek not use cardboard boxes? I mean, there's only so much that cardboard can hold. Try to put something heavy in there, it's just going to fall apart. So welcome to the other Defari, not the zone that's under attack by the Borg. That's so stupid, Trithan. God, I hate the Lexington so much. I think it's an ugly-ass ship. So, hi. Oh, it's for the console. That makes more sense. Which is funny, because I don't even use that console. So why are the Defari important? Tell me about the Preservers. The Preservers were an ancient race that died out eons ago, but made great impact on the galaxy in their time. The Preservers would transplant members of races that were threatened by extinction to worlds where they could thrive. The planet Amarind was settled by them, and they brought ancient Terrans there to create a new community. That's from TOS. For many years, scientists theorized the Preservers were responsible for the great spread of humanoids across the galaxy. We now know that the Preservers not only transplanted communities, but created them. Preservers believed they were alone in the galaxy. In the hopes of creating an ecosystem of races like themselves, they seeded their genetic material on other planets. In this way, they gave their children the companions they never had. The Defari are connected to the Preservers. That's the significance point. Now, to elaborate on that slightly, some of you may or may not remember the TOS episode in which there's a bunch of humans, who are totally not American Indians, who have been displanted on this one place, and the Enterprise is there to help them, and Kirk does this thing. It's actually a pretty bad episode. That is then connected to an episode way later in late TNG, which is called The Chase, in which Picard is trying to hunt down this big archaeological dig that everyone's after. Like, the Cardassians are after it, the Romulans are after it, everyone's after it, and they're all charging after it, and they find out that it's just a message in a bottle by Paper Mario 6? It's all just a message in a bottle by this ancient race which seeded their genetics across the galaxy in order to seed all the humanoid races. Now, at the time, there was nothing in the show that confirmed any connection between the Preservers and the precursors. However, the author of that episode has flat out confirmed multiple times in off-camera interviews that he wrote them to be the Preservers. He was intending it that way, and they just kept that off camera because they wanted to avoid licensing rights. So STO took that idea and ran with it. The original species wandering around the galaxy were the Preservers. Sense make? Now, thank you, Retro Justice. I will jot that down for Paper Mario 6. That's ridiculous. And of those Paper Marios, 2 of them are great, 1 of them's okay, and I haven't played Origami King, so... Oh my god, there's Breen! Oh my god, Breen are attacking! So what are my thoughts on games which have good story but bad gameplay, aka storybook games? A storybook game is a game I'll never replay if given a choice on the matter. In other words, screw those games. And that's my general thoughts on that. I can tolerate a lot for a good story, but I need gameplay in my gameplay, you know what I mean? I mean, you probably understand that better than, most people I talk to. Because I know several people who are like, what's the issue? It's a great story. I like the music, I like the visuals, I like the characters. And I'm like, yeah, but it sucks to play! Yeah, exactly. If you remember, when we came up with the term of, when we came up with the term, you came up with the term storybook game, one of the original ideas being tossed around was a YouTube game, aka a game you'd rather YouTube. Anyways, What did I think of Color Splash? I actually liked Color Splash's story, which is a perfect tie-in to what Hazardous was just talking about. Hazardous... Color Splash. Hazardous, your new name is Color Splash. It fits if you think about it. Color Splash actually had a legitimately excellent story, in my opinion. It did some great things with the Shy Guys, touched on horror in a way most Mario games don't do. Hell, there are non-Mario games that don't do horror as well as Color Splash did. It had some excellent individual story arcs, usually limited to a single zone or a single level. You know, it had a lot of good to it. Oh no, I might be soft-locked. There we go. Nope, hang on. Gotta find the momentum. Oh my god. Oh my god. I might actually have to beam out of here. There we go. Okay, we did it. Star Trek Online, ladies and gentlemen. But, I probably, going back into what I was just talking about, I probably would not replay Color Splash because of how much of an aggravation the gameplay side of things was. It did so much wrong. And it took a lot of the ideas from, I can't think of the name of it all of a sudden. The 3DS one. And didn't really make them better. It was just some of the 3DS gameplay conceits again. And it sucked. And I hated playing through it. You know, honestly, I forgot there even was an unstuck command in this game. And that's true. Paper Mario Sunshine is another... Paper Mario Sunshine? Mario Sunshine is another perfect example of a game where it's like, yeah, I really love a lot of the story aspects of that game. I do. The sound effects, the visuals, the music, the different zones, the aesthetic and the atmosphere. Love it. And then you have the game. We broke through the Federation defenses and attacked your homeworld. We ruined your fleets during the war. You should know better than to oppose us. We will wrest the Preserver's secrets from this place, and we will destroy any who attempt to stop us. Oh, hello. Oh, hang on. Let me open up a portal to the sun. Yes, we have started the Cold War arc, for those not aware. The Breen, so naturally, they're making a video game and they want to have the Breen as a faction. Well, what do you do with the Breen? Well, we know extremely little about the Breen. They were actually an in-joke for the longest time until they finally actually had them show up during Deep Space Nine, specifically, towards the end of the Dominion War. Way at the end. As I've already talked about during the DS9 Ruminations, I actually personally think the introduction of the Breen was a mistake. I don't think they added anything, and they just kind of showed up to be like, oh, we're a bad guy and we're doomy, and okay, we're done. And that's the only real purpose the Breen actually served. That being stated, I actually kind of like what they do with the Breen here, even though they do video game them up a little bit. I'm not really against that as a concept. I think video gaming up the Breen was exactly what they needed. So consequently, the only thing we really knew about the Breen in the show was that they have these suits, no one's ever seen a Breen outside of the suit, and that they prefer very cold temperatures. So naturally, the Breen become the cold species. Their weapons do cold damage, they have cold special effects, yada yada yada. And of course, we're going to have this entire arc, which is called the Cold War. Not to be confused with a Cold War, this is a Cold War that happens to be cold. Oh, as an aside, I agree that the Preservers couldn't possibly have rescued the Native American tribe. That timeline doesn't fit at all. Sorry, I meant to address that, Space Cadet. The other thing, though, I absolutely agree that if we are to presume that the Preservers, the precursors, let's just call them the Preservers. The Preservers are actually a thing. There's no way that there are certain species that were affected by them. And as you point out, the Voth would be one that wouldn't be affected by them. Which lines up weirdly well if you think about it. If you sit down and think about it, there's actually a few species that probably were untouched by the preservers. Tholians is an obvious one. Some people like to try and connect the Borg to the preservers. I'm not sure what I think of that one. It's not quite my thing. Second, I'm going to watch the agony beam here for a second. Nope, yep, that comes from under the hull. You are absolutely correct. I mean, I could see the lance under there as soon as I looked, but still. Oh, hey, I do actually have the multi-directional barrage on. I'm not sure why. It's kind of a crap console. Oh, no, I know why. I know why. That makes sense. Oh, yeah, the Founders is another interesting one, although most people like to connect the Preservers to the Founders. Same species kind of idea, or an offshoot. I'm not sure what I think of that one, although we're going to have to decide that for the rewrite. Yeah, we've never met Species 1. I think the earliest we got was like Species 13 or something like that. Thank you for the assist. We took some damage, but nothing that a few days in space won't fix. My friend, I've not been completely honest with you. I fear my actions are out of balance with the universe. Maybe we should meet face to face. Yes, please, join me on board the ISS Dreadnought. Oh, that is one of the things, Sarura. Although the other idea is that the preservers did their preserving and then decided to, you know, evolve, move forward, and rather than it moving forward into energy beings like you typically think of, they moved into the liquid form. Kind of a step up, or maybe a plasma form, considering what the Founders can actually do. I don't remember any of the Expendables and Expendables 2, Zactav, sorry. Agreed, Space Cadet. If you'll forgive me, when I usually say the word preservers, what I mean is the aliens from TNG, not the ones from TOS. The two of them don't really equate in my mind, but at this point in time, I've heard the TNG aliens called the preservers so often, it's kind of burned into my brain, you know what I mean? So, in case you're wondering, that's why I do that. I mean, it's canon within this very game we're about to play, but anyways. So, Honorable Ally, I apologize for my secrecy, but at the time it was the best course of action. This is not the first time the Breen have attacked Fara. Their aggression has increased in recent weeks, and we've been unable to either stop them or open diplomatic dialogue. The Federation has always been promised to be an ally in time of need. While we prefer to remain neutral in your conflicts, we have looked favorably upon the Federation's actions. You seek to maintain peace and stability throughout the Alpha Quadrant. And the Beta Quadrant. So, now we're in need of your help. The Breen are attacking our ships and colonies without provocation. Hundreds have already died. And I fear that more lives will be lost unless we have your assistance. My people face destruction. I cannot believe the balance of the universe requires us to die. That's interesting, because it totally could. So, yeah. What I want to know is, tell me about the ruins. We believe that the site east of here was once used by the preservers, because we have located several artifacts that appear to correspond with their technology. Although we do not know for certain, is our belief that Deferi are one of the races seeded throughout the quadrant by the preservers. They, like us, revered balance and saw life as sacred. That's why they went to great lengths to preserve all life. So what do the Breens want? What do the Breen want with the ruins? The Breen could share our belief that the ruins are the remains of a preserver installation. The preservers were powerful. If the Breen gained access to their technology or knowledge, they might be able to use it to shift the balance of power in the quadrant. Yeah, good luck. Our archaeologists have been studying those ruins for decades. If there's anything there that the Breen could use, we have not found it. Yeah, I hate to be dismissive, but the Breen are a C-list power. Maybe punching at the weight of the Cardassian Union. Honestly, probably below that. And remember, the Union is also a C-list power. So... You are a friend of the Defari. We will speak again soon. Yeah, that's nice. Hey, look, I can get cryo grenades. and other frost-related equipment. Okay, so the next one is saying hello to Evo. Hi, Evo. Is out in the cold. What's that one? Still no voice acting. We've lost contact with 2 transports en route to the outer colonies. There are more than 400 to ferry on those vessels. With the rising threat from the Breen, I fear the worst. Please go check them out. Okay. You got it. Let's get some music going here. Non-battle music. Yeah, from what little we've seen of the Breen, someone mentioned the pirates earlier. The, of course, I can't think of the name of them. There's a specific group of real-life historical pirates that the Breen are very similar to. And it's true. The Breen are pirates. And to really talk about that for a second. You know exactly, Mike Romano. That's why they're going to us, an A-list. The Barbary. Thank you, the Barbary pirates. We've got the bandits. That's the Orions. The Orions and the Orion Syndicate, they're really low tier, if we're being honest with ourselves. They're bandits in your typical fantasy RPG, right? But if you can go a tier above bandits, and that's where you get to pirates. That's the Breen. Still a problem. Certainly more organized and better equipment, but ultimately, they're still low tier. Localized kind of stuff. And you could follow the tier list up and down if you look at most science fiction settings, including Star Trek. So I'm not complaining about us fighting the Breen, quite the contrary, it makes perfect sense, especially since we're not fighting them on behalf of the Federation, who the Breen would be a joke to. We're fighting the Breen on behalf of the Deferi, who are outpowered in almost every level by the Breen, right? Like, the Deferi don't really have their own military to speak of. They do have ships, but let's be honest. They couldn't do anything about this. So you're talking about the Trek rewrite, Mr. Red? I like it. Let's do it. Oh my god! Oh, evil! That sounds so terrible! Oh! Ah! Evo's trying to kill me here. Hang on, what's in the sandwich other than butter and sugar? It's gotta be something else, right? Sir, we're receiving an emergency distress signal from the Deferi. Patching it to the main screen now. Must be one of the Breen raiding parties. If we don't get there fast, there won't be anyone left to save. Let's go. They stopped using this map after a while, too. Wait, I'm sorry, it's a bread sandwich? Alright, that's it. That's it. It's time to genocide everything. Let's just destroy the planet. We have discovered sugar and butter sandwiches. So the reason for my rather reaction depends on the game, Trihex. The reason for my reaction was I was picturing one of my sandwiches, which is really heavy on savory stuff, right? You know, tomatoes, onions, pickles, spicy mustard, big old thing of cooked meat, you know, etc. And then I was picturing butter and sugar on top of that, and that just made me go, oh, whoa! It reminded me of, oh, what's it called? The Franklin? Hang on. I gotta look this up now. The Luther. It reminded me of the Luther. If you happen to know what that is. If you don't worry about it. Please tell me someone's heard of the Luther, though. Oh my god, the Breen ships are inbound at warp 7. Why are they going so slow? I mean, I also can't stand mayo, so that's part of that, I'm sure. Where is this ship? There it is. Yeah, go to warp 8. We are now going exponentially faster than them. Well, shoot. Aw. Note to self. Get Evo some lingonberry jam. Where's the other one? There it is. I have not, Trihexia, no. What is a lingonberry? Well, it's something that Ryokami introduced me to. It's something that's apparently really common in Sweden, and I can only find in specialty stores here in the States. It's tart, but not like super tart. It's like a combination of a blueberry and a raspberry is what I'd call it in terms of flavor. I've fallen in love with them, though. I love lingonberries. It's pretty much the only jam I use nowadays. Like, it's just tart enough, you know what I mean? Without actually hurting your tongue. We don't have lingonberries here, period, Flygant. So, I suppose the answer to your question is yes. I also admit a fondness for strawberry. I'm boring, I admit it. I keep trying to find pear jam. I've never been able to find it. Oh man, Flygam, that sounds good. Mm. Yeah, when I do that food tour of the world, I'm going to be swinging by Sweden to try out a lot of their food. Black currant? I've never actually had it. No, Evo, no. Okay, what's... Come on, give me a favorite food. I'm ready, Evo. Hit me. I'm ready. My favorite food is squid covered in black licorice, coffee, and mayo. No, and ranch. There you go. Perfect. Let's just go full tilt. Oysters. I actually like oysters. I don't eat them all the time because of how hard it is to get actually good oysters. Also, I haven't lived near the coast in over a decade. When I used to live near the coast, yeah, sure. Let's do it. Oysters it up. Now the question is if you bury your oysters in mayo, because if you do, we're not friends anymore. That's the limit right there. I tolerate a lot of things, but oysters and mayo is so gross. Oh my god. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, Hazardous? Aw. I've never heard of anything comparing the two. Cranberries also taste a little bit differently to me, but I could just be idiot on that one. Okay, lemon is okay. We're okay. Friendship restored. Jesus. For those of you wondering, I've actually seen oysters in mayo. And I've never had it because gross. Speaking of which, if I could just rant for a second. Why is every sushi place in the continental United States insist on putting mayo in sushi? And it's regular, by the way. It's normal to have mayo in or on sushi. Explain that one to me. Don't bother. Cream cheese is the other thing. There's tons of cream cheese, and there's tons of mayo. In sushi. Oh god, I know about fermented herring. I'm probably not going to have fermented herring, honestly. That just sounds like no. I forget what the whole dish is called. I probably couldn't even pronounce it if I looked it up. Yep, there it is. Surströmming. However the heck you pronounce that. Yep, I'm aware of that. I mean, I'll try anything once. Within reason. So anyways, the Breen are using 3 separate transporter disruptors. Okay, let's go. So I'm kind of zipping through this because all you need to know right now is that the Breen are here. And we're trying to stop them. And that's kind of it. See, I'm not going to try maggot cheese because gross. Something I do want to try someday is a durian, but for obvious reasons, you can't really get a hold of that from the grocery store around here, so that's probably going to have to wait a while. I actually like blue cheese, too. I prefer Swiss, admittedly, but then again, I like Swiss melted, whereas I like blue cheese plain. Feta, though. That's the good plain one right there. Yeah, Breen, we've talked about how each enemy kind of fights differently. The Breen like to do this wonderful little frost attack of doom, which in addition to slowing you and debuffing you, also does damage over time consistently. And they have other stuff they can do too. The Breen can actually be pretty mean, which is funny because, you know, you don't really fight them all that often. They just kind of are like, hey, what's up? I haven't had good brie in so long, I'm not sure if I like it anymore. The last time I had good brie was at a winery in Washington. In space, what the Breen do is they do this, oh, I forget what it's called, but it, like, saps away your energy. Like, they eject this other thing, and it just, like, drains your warp energy, which hypothetically should limit your ability to function. You know, it gets rid of a lot of your ability to move, or have your shields up, or cast your spells with the auxiliary damage, or use your weapons. The thing is, at this point in the game, there's also the lightning cannon, but nobody cares about that. At this part of the game, the energy balance thing, unless you're playing a brand new character or don't know what you're doing, which is both of which are possible, is kind of a solved equation. It's one of the reasons they kind of stopped using that type of weapon. Because energy balancing things aren't really that much of a detriment nowadays. Back in the day, it was a huge deal. How many of you remember running a beamboat and not being able to fire for several seconds at a time because you were just out of weapon energy, even going full tilt on it? Yeah, I just noticed one of my endeavors for today, do Borg TFOs. Guess what we're doing next? Oh yeah, the Breen are also slavers. I mean, that was true in the shows, too, so... There's that piracy angle again. Alright. Expecting to have new context. We may have aroused the curiosity of the Breen commander. Should make sure the Defari are all beamed away. Well, let's do it then. Let's do it. Oh no, the Borg are definitely still a threat. There's a chance we'll die during some of the Borg stuff. You are the one known as the Admiral. I was expecting someone more impressive. After all, Thought When, we killed him earlier, was one of my most reliable veterans. Defeating him must have pushed you to your limits. I'd like to say I'm looking forward to meeting you in person, but because I expect Thought Grand to end your life here, I'm afraid that won't be possible. You've been interesting but insignificant. Farewell. Oh my god, it's a boss! Hang on, let me summon a portal to the sun. Enjoy that, Mr. Cold. Down you go. That's it. We've taken care of the officer in charge, and now this mining operation will fall apart. But who sent that message? We need more details. Let's get out of here. Nah, Star Trek doesn't have any live-action shows. Survivors are on their way home, and we will be sending the expedition out to assess the viability of operating the mines ourselves. I think it would be wise to consider a joint operation with your government. The resources of the Zarya system are very rare, and the best way to maintain balance is to share them with you. Yeah, sure. So in case you missed all that, let me explain what actually just happened there. The Breen were attacking and kidnapping Defari to work as slaves in their mining facility. So we went to rescue the Defari, ended up killing all of the Breen, and as a result, there's this nice big empty mining facility just sitting there waiting to be used. So the Defari walk in and take it and offer to give us some of the resources as a thank you. Ham. Yeah, we're already up to 14 on the balance counter right now. Hang on, so we did... Where are we at? Where are we at? I think we're at Cold Comfort. Maybe? Yep, we're at Cold. We've gotten a distress call from a nearby system. Ironically, the Empire counter is only up to 3, Micromono. I think they redid too many of his lines or something, because he kept saying Empire. I mean, you saw it during the Klingon stuff, right? So we missed out on a whole bunch we should have had. So what do I think about a properly cooked squid? I don't like the texture. I actually enjoy the flavor quite a bit. And I've had squid several times in several ways. But the texture is never quite my thing, so I have to have a very steady stomach and be in the mood for it. Greetings from beautiful Ryza. You'll notice I haven't given any positives or negatives. We're already 3 quests in. The Cold War arc is probably one of the most vanilla arcs in the entire game. There's not much here. We'll see. We'll see. Who's saying we didn't already, yada? Captain, hailed by a Defari frigate. Thank you for helping us. Please help us. Okay. We're here to help you. Oh, geez, this quest. I remember this quest. It's okay, we'll probably not have as many issues as I remember, but... Oh my god, the Breen have been causing us tremendous issues. Please, help medically diagnose my crew. Okay. Question. Why does your frigate have, like, 30-foot tall ceilings and, like, a cafeteria the size of a football field? Okay, so what hurts? A disruptor field. Disruptor shot. Okay. Let's go get a hyperspray. See, part of the problem is I haven't liked seafood for a long time. What was Kirk's mistake? He didn't raise his shields, dude. Yeah, why am I doing this in general? I'm the captain. Admiral, technically, at this point, but whatever. Okay, a signal and proto-laser. I ignore the shots of ice on the walls because they have freezing guns because they're Mr. Freeze because cold. I'm just gonna Google this. I'm just gonna Google this rather than, you know, do what the game wants me to do. Which, if you're wondering, is trial and error. Okay, here we go. So I need bicaridine. Whoa. There we go. Let's pump her full of drugs. Anyways, I haven't liked seafood since the surgery, Evo, so I'm not someone to talk to about surgery. Or seafood. Okay. Use protolaser. And now you have a cool scar. Alright, table 3. Yeah, you can straight up fail these, too. If you know, trial and error a little bit too long. What's the issue? An older boy named Tosca used to take my favorite toys when I brought them back to school. Do you have any allergies? I hated the taste of my mother's stew. What were you doing when you were injured? My father used to sing rhymes to me when I was a child. Got it. Complete disorientation, clear brain trauma. Let's do it. By going somewhere else. Yep, okay. So let's scan the brain. So where's the... There we go. There's a cortical implant in this patient's brain. Interesting. Clearly we need to fix it. Alright, let's see here. Let's grab some anesthetine. Okay, wasn't anesthetine. Strange. I think I know what I did wrong. Because I think I've done this wrong every time I've ever done this quest, ever. Yep, I wanted anesthetine, I think. I mean, there's been like 30, Evo. Honestly, 30 is probably lowballing it. There's probably been a few hundred assassination attacks on him. Where am I? I remember the Breen and the medic. He seemed sad. The Breen implanted me with a cortical implant. It's been forcing me to relive memories from my past. Get it out! Get it out! Alright, time to kill him by removing the implant. By humans? Wait, humans try to assassinate the Devourer? What was that? You gotta tell me about this. Explain this to me, Evo. Give me the full lowdown. Yeah, honestly, the Breen should probably be stomped out of existence. Once again, I mean the organization, not the species. Hello? Oh, here we go. Did you kill the question bot? Hang on, where's the question? You did kill the question bot. No, you didn't. It's right there. I think. Oh, that's weird. There we go. Anyways, tell me about this assassination, Evo. I look forward to the intricate details you will tell me about. Alright, there's Breen here. They're a warrior race. Yeah, sure they are. Everybody's a warrior race these days. You! I will never betray the Breen Confederacy. What is your name? Okay, well, that was helpful. What is your name? I am Tron. Yeah, you can fail this so hard you have to restart the whole mission, and that sucks. Look at you, cowering in the shadow of Thought Trell. What hope could the Deferi have against might like his? I will not answer your questions. Go bother someone else. Well, why don't you tell me about the fact that we're on the wrong song? Hang on. There's, like, no quiet music, really. So, Thought Trell has more power and vision than a pathetic being like you can possibly comprehend. The Deferi will be the first to fall to his might. But if your big thing is losing is beating the Deferi, I'm not sure that's something worth bragging about. Yes, I was so powerful, I walked up to this 5-year-old in school and shoved him to the ground. Nothing could stand before me. Remember, the Defari don't have a military. Or at least not a navy, would be a better way to phrase that. Someday soon I will stand on the blasted remains of your homeworld. And celebrate our victory. I will grind the remains of your leaders into dust beneath my boot heels. You... Well then. Yeah, they have a Coast Guard. That's a good way to put that. They have a Coast Guard. What kind of monster are you? Hang on. I don't want to redo this whole mission because I have screwed this up before, so I'm just going to look up the options here. So, what are you doing here? I am a combat medic of the 5th Order. I serve the Breen Confederacy. 3, Sluggeretta. Easy answer. I was ordered to go to the system by my superiors. I am sure you have encountered other Breen in the Defari sector. You must... You must have known this was a military ship, right? That's not even an option. Did they change this? Oh my god, they changed this. I do not feel comfortable continuing this conversation. My commander's in a nearby cell. Oh, yeah, of course, sure. Hang on. I can fix that. Let me just remember where that is. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. It's over here somewhere. Alright, let me just implement a dampening field here. There we go. Now your commander can't hear you betraying him. My superior thought these Defari citizens might have information for which we've been searching. While I may have disagreed with his choice of target, it is not a soldier's place to question his commanding officer. Disagree? I think my dissension was the reason I was selected to join the assault on the bridge, a dangerous task in the best of circumstances, one with the least task of success. Right. Did you object to your commanding officer about this? I'm not sure how you run things in Starfleet, but in the Breen Confederacy, we obey our commanders. Yeah, no, we have brains in Starfleet. Sometimes. I may not always be pleased by what I'm ordered to do, but I understand there's a goal that must be achieved, and that I may not have all the facts that my superiors do. Do you believe the goal that you're working for is worth killing civilians? I didn't want to attack this ship. There's nobility to being a soldier. When I enter battle, I know I can be killed. I know others will die at my hands. That's what we do. It's part of being a soldier. Civilians are not part of this unspoken agreement. They do not wake up each day and know in their hearts it could be their last. They should be out of bounds as targets for people like you and me. There's no honor in fighting someone who is unprepared to fight back. Honestly, well said. I regret I had orders to kill these civilians. More than that, I regret I carried out those orders. Well, you did. And he's dead. So, what were your orders? I'm a combat medic. Normally, my task is to repair the injuries of my fellow soldiers. On this mission, I was tasked with capturing civilians alive and implanting them with a subspace cortical implant. These devices are barbaric even by our standard. We use them to obtain memories from the most obstinate of interrogation subjects. This particular implant has a subspace relay intended to capture and transmit these memories so my superiors could sift through the secrets locked in our victims' minds, even as we moved on to implant more subjects. What information could you possibly need it so badly? I'm not sure what exactly the commanders wanted to learn from these people. I can only guess my superiors wanted information they felt could be had by any member of the Defari population. Cortical implants were calibrated to bring long-term memories to the surface, even going back to their childhood. Perhaps they wanted to learn something that even a child might know. Would the probe Defari know what the memories were being searched for? Perhaps, if they had the mental fortitude to recall the memories that were triggered during the interrogation. The pain can be quite intense. How do I remove the implant? The removal is a very delicate procedure. The implants are intended to be strong enough to survive the interrogation process, but too difficult to be removed by the subject or anyone else. I've worked with these implants for some time. Have your doctors talk to me. I will tell them what they need to know to remove them. And we didn't fail the quest and have to start all the way over at the beginning. Yay! Wow, those poor humans. They tried to fight the Devourer one-on-one. And they were wiped out for it. I was going to say, name a decent Breen in this game. Alright, now name a second one. That's the information we needed. I'll round up a surgical team and begin the process of removing the implant immediately. I spent some time talking to the patients while you were in the brig. It sounded to me like the Breen implant was triggering memories from the patient's early childhood, many of them involving rhymes and songs. Most Defari parents and grandparents sing to their children and tell them stories of past and traditions. That's crazy talk. No other species does that. A common theme is the Preservers. Bah, bah, bah. Captain, they're after the Breen. I mean, the Preservers, whatever they're called. Yeah, that would be the first one I mentioned, unless it's not him, in which case, never mind. Does he even count? No, I just picture evil, like a bunch of humans are like, rawr! And the Devourer's just like... And doesn't even fight back. And they're like, rawr! He's like, alright, you're getting in the way. I'm gonna count to 3, okay? 1, 2, and then he killed them all. I know that helping you was the right thing to do, but because I did so, I can never return to the Breen Confederacy. Therefore, I would like to request asylum from the Federation. I am, however, not alone in this request. There are small groups of Breen that share my feelings. We know attacking innocents is wrong. If you accept us, we will join you. And then we get a buff, which I don't think I have anymore. I don't, or I have it on another character. So, they're after the Preservers. Dun dun dun. That's all we learned from that one. You notice how this continues to just be kind of vanilla. I'm not trying to be negative, it's just really. So now we move on to Cold Case, which is this one. You must return to Fara immediately. The Breen are searching for preserver technology. Wow, it's a good thing we spent all that time finding out they were searching for preserver technology. So we could be told they're searching for preserver technology. We have to go back to Defara because they're searching for preserver technology. Oh, Jesus. Of course, all the mud bundles are overpriced. Wah, wah. How the Devourer met humans. It's a good question. I'm not sure he ever did. Other than, you know, when he was called in that one big mission to attack the colony that your people fled from. So that might have been his first actual in-person interaction with the human species. Yeah, I don't even know how many Doffs I have at this point. That aren't human. They're all human! Except for that Jem'Hadar. And that, what species are you? Kabali. And actually I have a lot of non-humans. Is that... Oh yeah, and the best Doff in the game. That's a lie. Yeah, this is the beginnings of them figuring out how to do storytelling in general. So it's WoW vanilla. What can you say? It's not like the quests are bad, but I wouldn't blame you if you forget this entire quest arc by the time we're done with it. I misread that. I thought you said the Spartan military did everything in jars, which would make a lot of things make more sense. Yeah, I was going to say, I remember the weekly thing, and then that, yeah, it just crumbled immediately. They switched to the season format. Ironically, after we do... I guess we could do Tholians next. Yeah, let's do I was going to do Borg, then Tholians. Let's do Tholians. Let's get that crap out of the way. Because that's going to be another very vanilla story arc that we're just going to plow through. I hope you like puzzles, by the way. The Tholian arc isn't even a proper arc like any of these other things. Like, at least this quest chain is a quest chain. The Tholian arc is several completely unconnected quests, zones, and dungeons. So, I hate this puzzle. This puzzle's a lot easier to do with a friend, by the way. Okay, this used to be a lot more finicky, so it looks like it's a lot less finicky nowadays. That's good. No. Go over here. Come on. There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, I actually really like the idea they posited with the Tholians in this very game, which I've taken as headcanon hints, you know, pretty much going onwards from this point, but whatever. Okay, so I don't remember what the hint is for figuring this out, so we're just gonna Google it. I don't feel like doing this the other way. Oh, ditto, Admiral Murphy. Like, absolutely. So you go off. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a real Tholian arc at this point. None of the nonsense we're going to show off next. Okay, so you go over there. You go over there. Well, I've been thinking about it in my head, Evo. And weirdly enough, I'm not sure... So I haven't come up with some of the specific details, kind of on purpose, because I'm not sure what the Devourer's own mentality will be, as I kind of hinted at earlier today. So, I'm not sure what his reaction would be to finding the Earth as MD Alliance, or their... Well, okay. I know one of his reactions, which will be, ugh, more idiots! But other than that, I'm not sure of his reaction. Okay, we did it! We used the wiki. Alright, let's get out of here. I don't know, if they could take Romulans and make them interesting, I think they can make Tholians interesting. Oh my god, there's a Breen attack force coming! Red alert! Yeah, no, honestly, that quest probably deserves a negative. I'm gonna double check this in a second to make sure I'm right, but to my knowledge, nothing indicates what you're supposed to do there. Alright, they're all dead. Let's get out of here. Now let's look this up. I mean, I did this before the wiki existed. What I don't remember is how. Oh, okay, that's it. So, the hint, here it is, in character, in the words of the game itself. The indigenous people were able to access this site by performing a ritual. Records indicate 3 people arranged themselves atop plinths, forming arrows to point east, then south, then southeast. So there you go, there's the solution. So that's not full negative worthy, because they do tell you how to do it. But whatever. It's not a great quest, and it's not a great puzzle, but at least it's not terrible. And yeah, my ship doesn't explode every 3 seconds, because I switched from being a dinky little fighter to being a gigantic dreadnought of unmitigated doom. Behold, my endless death. So, you may not know this, Evo. If you're even there. Evo's like, I'm done! Just leaves. Tired of wasting my time with that worthless lore runner. How far am I going? Yeah, not much farther. You may or may not know this, but when first contact happens between the Supremacy and the Human Azimdi, it's, this is the Lexington, Blade Chabal. It's a huge ship. It is a genuine dreadnought. The humans, and arguably Azimdi, but mostly the humans, were actually involved in, let's call it a colonial action. The colonial skirmish, I forget what I call it, but it's the colonial skirmishes, as several of the colony worlds were trying to break free from their governments back on Earth. Earth wasn't unified. It was still nations at the time. And there was a lot of issues. China decided to send military forces out. I've actually done a decent amount of work on the beginnings and initial part of the colonial conflict. The colonial conflict never actually had a chance to really take off because first contact with the Supremacy happened, and so the focus shifted very quickly to the new threat. But the reason I bring all this up is, you remember what I told you about the Devourer just being like, ugh, stop being stupid. Well, he encounters an alien race, and the first thing he finds out about that alien race is that the alien race is in the middle of this massive political, bureaucratical conflict of stupid between the colony worlds and the home world. So what do you think his reaction's going to be? This is why the Supremacy declared war on the humans, rather than what probably would have happened otherwise, and him just being like, oh, okay, well, another intergalactic power, or interstellar power, what's up? Power things. Let us engage in trade. Greed is eternal. Alright, so what's with this gas pocket going on over here? Should probably launch some fighters, too. We're scanning the gas. But, looks like they were encoding data in the world around them. So I superimposed the molecular structure of the gas sample onto the orbital pattern of the system. And it's a map! Okay, sure. I'm not going to question that. Listen, I'm not here to physics, okay? Hell, I had to break physics in my own setting to make it work. Oh, most of the colonies are actually fine, Evo, but that colony, I don't know if you remember, because I already told you what happened to that colony. That colony got nuked by the Devourer personally. He showed up in person, which is pretty rare. Because they were trying... It was the beginnings of the end of the war. They were trying to bring that Devourer. They set a trap for him. He saw the trap coming. He came and smashed face. That colony was kind of in the crossfire. So, the interior of the moon is hollow. And it contains a vast geological carrying orrery that charts the heliocentric motions of everything in the solar system. The orrery suggests there should be 2 large asteroids in this area. I am, however, reading an energy source on the remaining asteroid. Okay, let's go check it out. Yeah, apparently that was no moon. Who knew? I've been Wilmot. Oh no, there'd be lots of survivors, Evo. But the colony was smashed. In fact, if you're remembering, every single person who is in your story who is human would be a survivor of that colony. Which, that's not true. Everyone who was... I don't remember what you call them. The people who are survivors of that colony are survivors of that colony? That sounds so redundant to say it that way. The displaced? That's a way to put it. Yeah, let's just beam away all that rubble. We found another preserver artifact. Should scan the star chart. Yes, if you're paying attention, we're repeating the events of the chase. And going through and piecing together puzzles that the preservers left behind in order to find them. Sure, Evo, that's fine for me. It being a colony of Spain actually makes perfect sense. Spain does have, well, in the setting, does have a decent space program. Yeah, the refugees, the remnants, the people from that one place with the silicoids that should totally artificially be there, but aren't, because Evo hates me. I don't blame her for the hatred. I mean, really. But, damn it. Also, you told me about the Spanish thing a while ago, so that's nothing new. Hi, Nightingale. Welcome back to the stream for a few seconds while you're here. Thank you for the sub. I do always appreciate that support. I hope you enjoy the VODs. If you don't enjoy the VODs, well, then I'm not doing my job properly. Do you want to put that towards something in particular? You know what? It just occurred to me. I know that y'all like the actual in-game music, which I've been playing there, but honestly, I think we just need slightly different music here. Hang on a second. See if I can find it. No, not the remastered one. Hang on. Where's, like, the mission? Where's the mission music? Oh my god, it's not here. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Whatever, it'll do. Republic Commando. You got it. Give me one moment. How would I rate STO as someone's first introduction to Trek? Really, really bad. Captain, I'm detecting a Breen squadron. Oh, okay. Let's kill him. Let's just hit all the buttons, and that one, and that one, that one, and that one will wait. Hit this button. Alright, so they're dead. Now what? You will be flying TIE Fighter Advanced Alpha 1. Your first objective will be to destroy the Breen as if they were tiny little specks that cannot stand against your unmitigated might. Your second objective will be to go to the next system to kill more Breen. Remember, the more Breen you kill, the greater a bonus objective you will complete. The Emperor wishes you to kill Breen in the upcoming system. If you make sure to kill as many Breen as possible, I will be sure that the Emperor will be pleased with your progress. I played way too much TIE Fighter back in the day. That's burned in there. And I have a good audio memory anyways. That was a fun review. That game didn't hold up as much as I wish it did, but that was still a fun review. I love jury-rigging the game to work on a controller. That was fun. Okay, now that Evo is gone, I can talk about the ship. So there's this ship, right? Alright, scanners are picking up a skirmish. The Breen are attacking an archaeological dig site. Because they're stupid. Let's ram the planet. Okay, we should probably beam down. I forget which game said Coruscant, but it might have actually been TIE Fighter. By the time Rebellion came out, which is a few years later, I think, they'd settled on Coruscant. In fact, I remember because the first time I ever heard the word Coruscant, that is to say the pronunciation of Coruscant, was in Star Wars Rebellion, specifically. Me and my friends called it Coruscant for years. Ever since they first mentioned it in the Thrawn trilogy. What's funny is I've heard several pronunciations of Kashyyyk or Kashyyyk. Those are the two big ones I tend to hear most often. But yeah, Kazook. That's another one. Captain, take a look at these scans. The frozen rock face in the center of the crater shows signs of a hollow interior. These are preserver power sources. We must kill the Breen. I am barely exaggerating. That's very close to what he actually said. Death to Breen. Death to Breen. Say it with me now. Yeah, the death zone. That is a valid way to call Kashyyyk. Or Kashyyyk, sorry. See, now I'm screwing it up. Death to Breen on Ryza. You go to Ryza. So Ryza is a pleasure planet. That means you go there to hang out and have fun, right? Now, logically, they would have a huge variety of different activities, not just sex and beaches. So, I think, logically, we could presume that you could go to Ryza and hang out and kill Breen. And probably on a holodeck, if we're being honest. You know, the important part is we're killing Breen. Oh, they're all pretty bad for some extent or another, Ben Wilmot. My answer is still Naboo, but holy crap. I would literally rather live on a ship in Star Wars than on a planet in Star Wars. Exactly, Flagon. You just get to chill, relax, kind of lounge. You're on the beach, you know, it's nice temperate weather. Really stretch your legs out. And you've got like one of those split keyboards, so you got the keyboards right here in your armrests, and you could just play a video game and kill Breen. Space penguins. I mean, Another fragment. Yeah, let me open a portal to the sun really quick here. No reason. Are you gonna talk to me? I'd like to personally thank you for finding the final star chart fragment. If I'd known you were going to ultimately prove useful, maybe I'd have considered sparing your life. Of course, I'd only spared it up to this point anyway, so things would have ended up the same way. Still, considering all you've done to aid the Breen in their final goal, I might consider letting you and your officers live. Just beam back to your ship and run back to your Federation like a good little lapdog. If you wish to fall today, however, I'm happy to help you. Okay. So, you're dead. Have some anti-protons in the face. And dead. You know, I love how uppity they are and how arrogant they are for how pathetic they are. Isn't that always the thing? Like, you see this yapping little dog, and he's like, I'm the biggest and most terrifying dog ever! And you're like, but you're so pathetic. Why are you here? We're so strong! No, you're not. Whatever. We have a star chart. It's time to beam up to our ultimate destination. More TIE Fighter. Excellent work. We have figured out the star chart. Or rather, we are currently figuring out the star chart. Come back in a week when we will have figured out the star chart. We figured out the star chart. Please be safe. Okay, cool. I mean, if they're arrogant and they can back it up, that's neat. But if they're arrogant and they're just pathetic, I mean, that's just, what are you doing? Come on. Really? Really? Yes. Welcome to beautiful Ryza. Very appropriate Ryzian music here. On the plus side, this is going by very quickly. Oh my god, these quests. I'm honestly thinking we might call this whole quest arc a wash. It's not actually bad, and we've seen worse on both a gameplay and a story axis. But it's just so boring. It could be argued that this quest deserves a negative for being boring. What are we thinking? Like, give me some thoughts here. Help me think about this, because you've been seeing the quests as I've been doing them, and we've been talking about Star Wars and puns because it's more interesting than the quests we're doing. Sensors show the Breen are fighting Alpha Jem'Hadar! Dun dun dun! Let's go kill them! Wow, that actually hurt. Yeah, thank goodness we have a death machine ship. Otherwise, this would be even worse. Oh yeah, no, this thing is a wrecking ball. As I'm demonstrating rather aptly. Yeah, nowadays you get the junky cold weapons, which suck, by the way. At least in comparison to other equivalent stuff. Goodbye. Yeah, this is my best ship. My other 3 ships are just kind of whatever, but this is the one I bring out when I'm getting serious. We must beam down. Alright, sensors show multiple life forms, but something's interfering with our filtering. We must get to the Breen before they can get to the Preserver Archive. I need to pick up that set this time around. I feel like I had it at one point and I lost it for some reason. I don't even remember why. The Breen ground one. It does, Admiral Murphy, which is funny. Not exactly the first alteration caused by that stuff. So as you can see, the Preserver artifact looks a whole lot like the Preserver stuff from TOS. There's that connection point I mentioned. $80? What a bargain, Flagend! Captain, this device is connected with a subterranean power source. We can use it to triangulate the underground power network. Oh no, we've summoned the Breen to our location. I am Kirok. God, that was such a terrible episode. Like, just a terrible episode. In fact, I feel like ripping someone's soul out. Give me your soul. Thank you. But it looks cool, Trathon. Look, if we wanted ships that didn't look cool, we're in the wrong business. I can imagine if every ship just looked practical. Ugh. Terrifying. Just gonna stand. Breathe deep. Breathe deep. Ignore the flowing purple viscous material. Fascinating. It appears the energy readings are faint neutrino emissions. I can only surmise the archive is powered by an antimatter reactor. And if they were using antimatter reactor thousands of years ago, their technology is more advanced than we realized. Yeah, no comment. I actually unironically like the look of the Breen ships. The one you get, the only one I know of, I actually flew as my main ship for quite a while. I ended up putting it down because I got something better, but still, it was nice. Excellent, we can map out the entire facility from here. There have been multiple cave-ins and signs of excavation. The Breen are already inside! The obelisk is the key to accessing the archives. We must scan it. That. Yes, Mr. Treeman. All the Breen are actually Princess Leia. All of them! Oh no, Breen transporter signatures detected! How many princesses have you killed today? It's 57. Oh my god! It's okay, they've always got more princesses. I mean, that makes sense, Trithon. It's super, like, comfortable and wonderful, and actually it's a death machine. Alright. Let's enter the archives. Hang on, I'm actually going to pull up a different playlist here. Give me a sec. I gotta find it. Okay. Ahem. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Truman. I can't wait to give it no positives for music once we get there for the review. Oh, God. I'm gonna get killed. How clever you are! I see you found the entrance to this ancient weapon store. Too bad your journey will end here, at the hands of my most elite. I'm almost sad to see you go after all you've done for me. Okay. So are you, like... You just here to die? Is that your goal? Because I can kill you. Yeah, this boss actually sucked. I remember the first time I ever did this mission, and we had been mostly blowing through most of the quests. And then we died here, like we wiped, and I was just like, whoa! What? That was a bit of a surprise. Hi, Evo. Welcome to Breen Genocide. I'm your host, Heat. Oh, this frickin' quest. Or this puzzle. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that's the mid-tone. That's high. So mid-high, this is probably going to be low. So, low. Tell me, they liked their puzzles back in the day. How kind of you to open that lock for me. Every time I wonder if it was wise to let you live, you do something like this and show me you're worth keeping around. Yeah, uh-huh. Let me murder your people really quick here. Murder, murder, murder. While that murdering is going on, let me open up a question box. And, realize that Evo didn't put her ship question in the question box. So, what I'm thinking about ships, Evo, is that's all I remember about your question, is that ships are rad. Now, there's a lot of different types of ships, but really, the more rad, the better. Like, the amount of radiation a ship puts out, the more power the ship has, and that's an improvement thing, right? Are we done here? Nope. Yep, the Tholians are just the best ships, because they just put out so much radiation. They need it to live. Are we done here? Okay, we're done. Cool. That would have been a human ship. Aha! We have found the great and legendary artifact of unmitigatable doom. Let's go ahead and use the archive here. Oh no, it's... Wait, is that Sloam Gens? Welcome. Long have we waited for our children to seek us out. Who are you? I am the guardian of all who my people who were, and all that they remember. My task was to keep the archive safe until the day when our children would be united and would want to know who we are. Welcome, my children. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Tell me about your race. Long ago, life developed in our world before all others. We explored the galaxy, but we were alone. What is life when there is no one with which to share joys and sorrows? So if the galaxy would not give us companions, we would create them. We created you. But we are literally on high. Our scientists seeded many worlds and directed evolution. We wanted you to resemble us, but more importantly, we wanted you to understand us. Unfortunately, we knew that we would not live to see you become what you have become, and create the great wonders we knew were possible. Most of my people are gone, but the fact that a fragment of them lives on in you is enough. We knew someday you would seek us out, and so the few of us remained, waiting for a world that would be. We are the technology you seek. Our main focus was the study of genetic code. We learned how to manipulate this code. Oh yeah, by the way, that's another reason why they would be the founders. What's the founders' greatest technological advantage? Extreme genetic engineering. Our main focus of the study was the genetic code. We learned how to manipulate this code not only to create dozens of species, but to seed them across hundreds of worlds and use them to alter our own genetics. It calls each of us living computers. Each preserver has the genetic memory of our entire race, because this is Assassin's Creed now. There are hundreds of preservers here, that's them, while each preserver has the genetic memory, hold up, of... Yeah, that's what I thought. Hang on a sec. And we'll go back to here. While each preserver has the genetic memory of the entire race, it was deemed important to preserve individuals so that if the time came when we could live with our children, there would be sufficient members to maintain our species. I strongly advise letting it go, Mr. Red, and that's my advice to you. We built this place and slept, dreaming of the world that would become. We dreamed of the world you would create. What will happen to the preservers now? Some will return to their long sleep. A few may want to see the world for their children have created. The galaxy is yours now. We are pleased with what you've created. Actually, you know what I recommend, Mr. Red? Make sure that she knows that you're not trying to make fun of her or belittle her for having no time to watch a show, whether she wants to or not. Because that's not the impression she's getting. Everything here now belongs to me! That is a big brain. We freely share our knowledge with all our children. Give me the secrets of your ancient weapons. I will use them to destroy my enemies. No, my child, I cannot help you. There are no weapons here. Do you know who I am? You will obey Thought Threll, or all Defari will suffer my wrath. This is a place of knowledge, a place of learning. A library? A library? No! Destroy it all! And then he orders his people to attack the library, and then we have a boss fight. Again, this boss fight actually really sucked back in the day. I don't know if we'll have issues with it, because we are deaf. But, you know. I love how he freaks out so much. He's like, oh no, it's a library, destroy it! Because, you know, he's a moron. Frankly, given how early this is in the series' career, I'm pretty sure he's just big because it's an MMO thing. There are good There are good reasons to make bosses bigger in MMOs, really. But I think they did it just because everyone else does it. I think they didn't realize until later they don't need to in STO, because STO just doesn't follow the same format as other MMOs. The boss music is looping because he's taking so long to... You saw that, right? He was just sitting there being invincible, aka non-targetable. Are we done here? Would you please stop going invincible? There, he's dead. Go away. Okay, pathetic music is over, because he's... That's only supposed to be one thing. We did it! The Fara ship has entered the system. They're requesting permission to beam down and begin examining the archive. This should be a joint operation with Starfleet and the Defari. Cool. We good then? Thank you for your help. Since I was a child, I've heard stories about the Preservers. I never dreamed I would meet one in person. Balance is restored. Captain, this is amazing. The Preservers are the earliest known sentient race. To find an archive of their knowledge and to find Preservers still alive, it's almost too much to take in. We'll learn more of the earliest days of the universe than we ever thought possible. The Preservers will tell about the origins of our worlds, races like the Iconians. The who? So much I want to learn. But for now, this quest arc is done. Negative to story. Any questions? We've made a most extraordinary discovery. The Preservers are alive. We can learn about them. We can even learn about the Takan Empire. Enjoy that. That's the only reference to Takan in STO. But more importantly than ever, the Breen threat has been ended. Life is saved forever and ever. Nah, Flagan, it's fine. You worry too much. You worry too much. I think I am going to give a story negative. I think you talked me into it. Okay, so Tholians. Now I gotta look up my notes on this because there is no Tholian arc. We just have to do things that are the Tholian arc. So let's look at this for a second here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is if anybody wants to join me, I could use some people to help me do some TFOs. If not, that's acceptable too. We'll make it happen. I'll make it work, by God. Drozana's probably close enough. Or we'll go to Ryza. We'll be doing the 2 Nukara TFOs. And Crystalline Catastrophe. And Azure Nebula. I mean, not as much as I want to be Mr. Ed, but we're getting there. We're getting there. So first we head to Nukara. Yep, it's time to ground it up. I mean, I really am hopeful to beat BC today. I am. Or ARR if you prefer. But it's easier to say BC. See you, Yada. I go to Nukara often nowadays, but that's because it's good for a lot of endeavors. Well, we're about to beat BC, Umbral Magnus, if you know the WoW expansions. Yep, the red alert thing is up. What, you don't like the shell design, Trihexia? Anyway, so this will only take me a few seconds while people pop on. This is Nukara. Nukara Prime is a demon world. Surface temperatures can exceed 500 Kelvin. The atmosphere, if you can call it that, is saturated with sulfur and thermionic radiation. The interspatial rifts that affect humanoid physiology in negative ways. You'll melt without an environmental suit, and that's if you don't choke on the flames first. Wear your environmental suit. If you don't, I'll send someone to have to send someone to pick up your corpse, and frankly, I don't have time to do the work. I'm not sure who this person is in front of me, but I will kill them. Yeah, sorry, 500 Kelvin is correct. There are quests here. We will not be picking them up because they suck. Oh, that's Flygand. Hi, Flygand. Grab an invite here. Ooh. Yeah, sorry, I saw 500K, and my mind sort of automatically associated that with 500,000. That's my bad. It's actually just 500 Kelvin. So, Nukara is another adventure zone like Devara. As with all the old adventure zones, it sucks. You can run in here, kill random Tholians. It's a good place to kill Tholians and captains, and to take ground damage. That's why I use it so often for endeavors. It's extraordinarily boring in terms of layout. In fact, it's like a bog standard default layout for the most part. We do get to fight some Tholians, though. The Tholians, surprise, surprise, are spiders. There's also this. Every time I come in, there's a bunch of these phantom people running into the wall, and they're always there. I don't actually know what starts that, but it's been that way for months at this point. Anyways, they've got their whole thing, and you know they're keeping people prisoner. We don't know what that's all about because again, there's not really much story here. If you're wondering why I'm just breezing through this, it's because the Tholian story arc, as I think I mentioned, doesn't exist. So a lot of this is kind of fill in the gaps, and a lot of this is cut content. My personal favorite bit of cut content, and the whole reason I'm over here, is that there's this giant ship. It's not an Odyssey. I forget which class that is. There's this giant Federation ship just hanging out here underground on Nukara. Is that an Odyssey? Okay, maybe it is an Odyssey then. Hang on, let me look into the eye of the Sauron there. Is that an... Okay, maybe that is an Odyssey. I don't know. Apparently it's an Odyssey. Sure. It's the Enterprise. Why is the Enterprise down here? I'm honestly confused by all of this. And, that's weird. Oh, that's right. So, hang on. There's actually something I haven't shown off yet. You notice I'm targeting him, but he targeted an enemy. And I only discovered this feature a few weeks ago. If you target someone, you will auto-attack their enemy. So their target. So I could just target Pax, for example, and he could run around targeting enemies, and I will follow through. That works in space, too, by the way. It's a neat little feature. Anyways, who are you? Identify yourself. So I know who's here. Okay, Trathon. Here you go. Invite to team. There we go. And we need 2 more. People still want... Well, we don't need 2 more, but the more the merrier. Anyways, that's kind of it. There's one other thing here. Hang on, we'll go ahead and show off one other thing. Oh, I mentioned they're spiders. So they have slowing attacks and web attacks. No, I think I have you in friends, Bragwin. Which I do, so I'll just invite you here. Boom. So that's the damage style of the Tholians. Now, I should probably mention Tholian ships can still hurt, because Tholian webs in space suck. I'll show that off probably in the Azure Nebula, but the Tholian webs in space do have a draining thing and all sorts of fun stuff like that. But again, the relevant point is you're stuck in there. And targeting the specific things to get out can be really frustrating, depending on which ship you're in and what your configuration is. So... in the world. I feel like there's something itching there. There's nothing here. I feel like there's a hair or something. There's nothing there. Alright, so let's leave this cave of stupid. The other thing you can do is you can beam down to the surface. Let's go to Charlie. In order of difficulty, of course, which makes no sense. Don't go into the ooze. And as you can see, there's places to die. A lot of stuff you could die to. There's these spatial rifts. So let me share the biggest bit of storytelling that this series added to Tholians. And I do actually unironically like this to the point, I think I mentioned this earlier, where this is my own headcanon now. The Tholians are a multi-dimensional organization. To explain that a little bit, the humans of our dimension and the humans of the Terran Empire in the Mirror Universe aren't unified. They don't consider themselves one species or one organization, but the Tholians do. The Tholians just exist cross-dimension, cross-universes, cross-timelines, just like everyone else doesn't. It's probably one of the most fascinating things about the Tholians. It also lends some insight into why they interact with certain people in certain ways. Because they're looking at things that you aren't, or indeed can't. Anyways, this is kind of it for Nukara. It sucks. It's nowhere near as bad as Defari, but it still probably deserves a negative, if I'm being completely honest with you. But we're starting to get there, you know? We're getting there. It's improving. Yes, it would, Mike Kamano, which is why we have to presume there aren't infinite alternate realities, but only a small handful, which actually makes a lot more sense if you think about it. Because there's the Mirror Universe, yep. There's the Kelvin timeline, and that's kind of it, actually. Not counting one big exception we'll get to much later. Wait, what's my opinion? The fact that infinite universes sucks? That is my opinion, yes. Infinite universes is really dumb. Yeah, but you get my point, Justin. That shows up in one episode of Trek. Ever. Everything else just kind of acts like there's a couple of dimensions. And that's it. Okay, so did you know there are Nukara TFOs? Because I didn't until I started looking this stuff up, so let's go ahead and queue for these. Oh, whoop, hang on, let's DQ. Solonay, that's not Solonay. Where's the Solonay suit? I don't see a Solonay suit. No! Shoot, hang on. DQ. Okay, hold up. Tacitus? Is that you? Like, identify yourself. Identify yourself. Or is it this person? Ellery. Who am I looking at? There's people here, damn it. Ah, we'll shoot them all with Iconian stuff. Okay, here we go. Invite. Oh, that's interesting. What biologically doesn't fit there, if you don't mind my asking? Alright. This should be instant. Yay! Full group for the win. I like how I'm getting GPL every time I just sit here shooting someone. Alright, we got another one coming, Justin. We actually got a lot of TFOs coming, so I'll be able to cycle people in and out here. If for anybody who doesn't, you know, get around, so to speak. Alright, who hasn't yet? Yes. This is just still spooling up here. But they do mention that a few times, Sarura, the whole dimensional barriers thing. That might also explain why they only really drift into a couple of specific dimensions, instead of the infinite dimensions that technically exist, that don't matter. Oh god! We're imprisoned! I always knew. Oh, we can walk through. Never mind, we're good. What's up? The Tholians have used interspatial rifts to enter the Mirror Universe and steal an Odyssey-class starship. Hey, there you go. We cannot... I didn't know that. We cannot allow them to dismantle the ship and reap the benefits of integrating its advanced technology with their own. Most of the ship's major components have been removed and are in the cargo area for further examination. Use the computer core to set a remote destruct sequence for the ship. Okay. This sounds weird, but alright, sure, whatever. Infinite universes, Micromano. Because screw storytelling. Sorry. I mean, I do personally think that if they added the infinite universes to STO specifically, it would get out of it would get out of hand, right? Like, there's no way they could keep up with that. Yeah, so there's that Odyssey, which is apparently an Odyssey because they just flat out stated. Disable some safety protocols here. Oh god! Tholians! I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Well, not that shocked, but... All I'm going to say is if there's other alternate parallel universes in real life, I sure hope to hell I never meet any alternate me's. No thank you. I know with almost total certainty they'd be horrifically evil villains who've probably killed all life in the universe by that point. And honestly, I just don't feel like that, you know? It was such a weird, dumb, hilarious rule in Time Cop. That whole movie was weird, dumb, and hilarious. If you read the novelization of Time Cop, it's actually weirdly enjoyable. It's about as weird as the book, you know, the movie. I guess my overall point, Evo, and you're correct, is that I don't see why a human couldn't crouch like that. In fact, I'm pretty sure I could crouch like that. That was my overall quizzical question. It was like, wait, what? What's the issue here? What am I doing wrong? Sudden death. That's true, Ben Wilmot, and in that universe, I took over the entire world and then destroyed the entire universe. Is that really something we want, honestly? Think of the children of those universes that are now dead. That's okay, I won't force you to, Evo. Or will I? But no, you don't have to. Well, this is an interesting mission. It's like that arena mission we had, except we actually have little arrays we can use. So this sets bombs over there so they explode on them. That set uses the holodeck to create weapons for them. That makes a giant frost field for them to cross, which is funny if you think about it, given what we just did. So it's like an arena, or hold the line kind of a mission, but with one tiny little sliver of variance. It is not endless, however. That's nice. Okay, we should be pretty close to being done here. Yeah, it looks like one more minute. The end of eternity is the big... I don't actually recognize that, I'm sorry. Stop webbing me, you fucking Tholians. God. Ah. Oh, yeah, I can see that. No, it's fine, Evo. I accept. I submit. You win. I do like the cosplayer you designed, though. At least that's... I forget if me or Sis said that first, but we both agreed. It looks like someone who's cosplaying as the Devourer. And you know people would, right? Like a few decades on. Who are you dressed up as? I'm dressed up as the Devourer. And we're dead. Or we should be. We're not. Don't ask me why. GG. Yes, Ben Wilmot. It's called the Star Trek Rewrite. Yeah, no fleet option. That's wild. Oh, hello. I mean, I gotta figure out where we were out here. I suppose we should just probably group up at the base camp. It's a lot easier to figure out where everyone is. Hang on. Let me come back to the base camp. Let's get Justin here. Justin, who's your character? I know, right, Mike? Come on up. All right, Shran. What do we got here? There's a Shran. What system is Nukara in? The Nukara system. It's way down here. In the lower left section. See it? That's a good question, Space Cadet. Let's just grab some random people here. Alright, and next... Yeah, that accordion is just legit. Meanwhile, I'm all serious. Yes, yes. Of course. Indeed. Oh, I just wanted to pose, Evo, and it's the first pose that came to mind. I also want different tusks! Where's my tusks? Ignore this giant pod hovering over my face. Nobody want to see my ugly mug anyways. Tusk! I want variety, damn it. Oh, jeez. Oh, here we go. Trans-dimensional tactics. Okay, what's going on here? I'm looking for the Tholian project leader. The Tholians have a highly organized scientific research project underway on the planet designed to study the interspatial instabilities found here. What we figured out, the science team's leader is locating a nearby canyon network. Its work is almost complete, and now it can open the close interspatial rifts without stabilizing equipment. The canyon's an ideal test bed. It's isolated in case something goes wrong, but a large number of rifts occur there. The work the science team is doing is increasing the instability of the radiation spikes. We've already detected unusual reactions in the flow of molten sulfur in the region. Your orders are to engage and defeat the project team leader before it completes its work. Alright, let's do this. Leroy! Oh, I remember this one. Because this is the one that I actually get this one semi-frequently. There's a bonus objective to never jump in the acid pool, which I have already failed. God damn it, he's standing right where I want to put my other... Go away! There we go. even see what's happening here. Third one set up. Yeah, this one shows up for the Universals semi-frequently. And it's a good way to kill, I think, captains, specifically. Like, if you need to kill ground captains. Oh, for God's sakes. Damn it. There we go. I'm glad you're liking it, Bragman. Whoop! Is the new computer there and set up yet? Oh my god. And I'm dead! Jesus Christ. It's okay. I had another guy. That thing's just a pile of health, isn't he? I suppose I'll actually go and close portals. Sigh. Naturally, I don't know about you all, but I close portals by shooting them with my anti-proton beam. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, Hardian. And done. We're about halfway through the Tholian arc so far. I'm not joking. Okay. 2 more TFOs. I'm going to grab Bragman for this one. Whoever this person is gets an invite. And nobody else unless you want one. That's cool. We can make that out. Next one we're going to do is Azure Nebula. TFO stands for something very cool that I definitely know. Task Force Operation. It's their word for instances. I guess I'll beam down into Kara while we're doing this. You can drag people across the entire quadrant to Nakara, by the way. It's another actually way it's useful. Let's get an invite out here. An invite. You already invited. You get an invite. You get an invite. You get an invite. Alright, next. What's wrong one? Azure Nebula. Boop. Now, most of you probably know the Azure Nebula because this was the Romulan mark farming spot for like a year and a half.
The Tholians have captured a number of Romulan Republic ships, and we need to free them. The ships are being held by tractor beams, emitting from asteroid bases. Each base has 4 tractor emitters. Disable them to free the ships. The Tholians are likely to send reinforcements when they realize what we're doing. Our time here is limited, so the Lisette will stand ready to hold off any additional ships and save as many ships as possible. Every loss is critical for my people. The stronger ships are better targets for rescue, but they are also more heavily guarded. The Republic will be most grateful for whatever assistance you can provide, of course.
Okay, so let's go do this. So this is the format. So the 2 previous TFOs we just did are whatever, honestly. But this one might actually be positive territory. So the way it works out is there's these 4 asteroids. Each one of them has...
The Tholians are using their energy webs to trap your ships. Target and fire at the nodes connecting the webs.
Ahem. Each one of them...
If you are caught inside the web, try to destroy one side of it and escape before it collapses in on you.
Hey, there's the web. So that's what the Tholian web looks like. And as you destroy nodes, it kind of breaks apart. It's actually a really cool feature, and it's, again, part of fighting Tholians. That's one of their biggest gimmicks. Anyways. So. Each of the 4 nodes can be a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4.
Hey, Pax Warbird is escaping!
Hey, it's the original voice actress. It's fast. They have... So someone has to interact on that ship 4 times to free them. Any damage you take interrupts the interaction. Why is that relevant? Because all of them are defended by Tholian ships. I'm actually going over here, I think. In other words, you need to get there, wipe out the ships there, and then free the thing. There are, however, other options and other strategies you can use. There's also a roaming Tholian fleet, which really spawns near the Lisette in the middle. The numbers, which are visible from quite a distance, as I've already demonstrated several times, are also the indicator of how many ships are there. So in other words, that's your difficulty. It's also how many points you get. The more points you get, the more marks you get. So it's not just esoteric. You are directly, tangibly rewarded for doing better in this TFO. So people generated a lot of tactics over the years in order to do this as quickly and efficiently as possible. You'll also notice there's 2 optional objectives over there. You probably can't read those. One of them says free 7 points worth of ships in X time. And then there was free 14 points of ships in X time. We're probably going to manage that.
Atalis Warbird is escaping.
There's another 3. Keep waiting for a 4 to show up. But for now, we'll do this one. And yes, the Romulan Republic is extraordinarily different from the Romulan Star Empire and the Tal Shiar, all of which are, to some extent or another, factions within this game. So there's the player Tholian ability. It's a big old colonel attack, takes a charge, and once it fires, it wraps the enemies it hits within the web. I actually don't remember what the web does exactly, but I know it's fun. Yeah, we're gonna make those objectives easy.
New readings on sensors. More Tholian ships are on the way here.
So there's the first bonus objective done.
Hey, Pax Warbird is escaping.
Okay, come on, give me a 4. I want to see a 4. There's a 2. And that's it. There's that center fleet I mentioned. We're going to avoid them. And yeah, I'm hopeful we'll be able to get everyone in for a Crystalline. By the way, what's funny is this may look relatively easy. Remember, we're playing on normal. This can actually kill you pretty easily on advanced. Especially the enemy tarantulas, which hurt like hell.
A Delon Warbird is escaping.
There's a 5. I mean a 4. No, that's a 5. What? Oh, right, there is no 4. That's why. Yeah, that's the big boy. We've actually already shown off the tarantula because one of them is flying it. That can be a mean little sucker. Let's pop this and this. And gone. Notice they don't call it a scimitar, by the way.
A Falchion dreadnought is escaping.
That's because the Republic actually doesn't use scimitars, they use falchions.
A Talis warbird is
A
escaping.
minor point, but it's interesting because those two ship configurations are actually different in game, and it makes sense that, you know, the Republic would try not to use the same ships that the Star Empire used. Oh yeah, we already hit both optional objectives. We're good on that. We can honestly just AFK the entire rest of the match and be good. I will admit, that's something me and my friends have done a couple of times. It's like, alright, we're good. Everyone grab a drink, take 5. Smoke if you got 'em. That's a good question. What signature drink do I have on my vessel? I'm thinking Bengal tea. And you're probably thinking, what the heck is Bengal tea? Well, I don't know. But let's find out together.
A Dalan warbird is escaping.
Okay, so it looks like Bengal tea is cinnamon, ginger, cardamom, and cloves. It smells really good. I wish I had time to actually make some right now, but we must keep saving the Romulans. Show you the tag. So this is one of the ones that doesn't have a tag, which is ironic because it's probably my favorite flavor. Oh, that would be awful, Harriet. I'd immediately kill myself. There we go. Murder death. Oh my god, a Tholian fleet!
Warbird is escaping.
I must kill it. For fun, you know. Look, it's not my fault they don't come with tags. Anyways, I'm dead. It smells so good, though, Evo. It literally just comes in bags. It is. Nothing fancy. Ramming, so if I bonk into an enemy, it does nothing. Ramming is effectively just a series of events that happen simultaneously. It's an ability. It gives you a run buff. If you get within range of an enemy, it then kills you, and then does a certain amount of damage to the enemy. But you never actually ram the enemy, technically speaking. Oh yeah, and there's the list set. I've always been amused by this. So, we've got the Odyssey class. That's the flagship of the Federation. We've got I believe the Bortisque? I'm not sure which it is, but it's one of the big Klingon ships. That's the flagship of the KDF. And then we've got the freaking Falchion, aka the Scimitar. This right here is the flagship of the Romulan Republic. And if you know anything about that ship, you know that that is a doom ship. It actually amuses the hell out of me that the Romulan Republic has such an insanely powerful ship as its flagship. I'm not even complaining, it's just funny. Fucking wreck loses. There is the Barclay maneuver.
Warbird is escaping.
But, you know. Not quite the same thing. Oh, hey, one of them left a rift. Check it out. I actually talked about this earlier. From the rift comes Terran ships, randomly. This is the other way the Tholians are unique. some of their ships, when they die, they pop out rifts, and rifts pop out Terrans. Oh, I'm sure most of them are, honestly, Harian. We done? Nope, we got 56 more seconds. So on this specific ship, I am using...
Apex Warbird is escaping!
Automated shield alignment. Gain bonus damage based on missing shields up to 15%. Whenever I kill a foe, gain 25% of shields, max once per every 5 seconds. Weapon system synergy. On activation of energy weapons, I gain a stack of synergy. After 10 stacks, my projectile weapons gain a plus 25% bonus and a plus 50% shield penetration for 10 seconds. Parrying maneuvers. Increased accuracy, weapon armor penetration, shield penetration. And every now and again, I have a chance to make one enemy subsystem go offline for 4 seconds. Supercharged weapons. Firing a torpedo grants me a stack of supercharged. Stacks up to 3 times. Every stack gives me plus 10% damage, plus 1.5% crit, and plus 6% crit severity for my energy weapons.
I am quite impressed with your fleet. The Tholians are abandoning their bases and taking the remaining ships with them.
The final one is enhanced nanite regeneration. When using a captain or bridge officer heal, I enable regenerative nanites for 15 seconds, which gains me increased maximum hull per minute. And that was the Azure Nebula. Good question, Trehex. If you figure it out, let me know, please. Yeah, supercharged is almost mandatory, I would say. Almost. Alright, so... I don't think we can actually invite everyone for this, so... For everybody who wants to participate in the next one, we're just going to do this the old-fashioned way, okay? Go find Crystalline Catastrophe on your TFO bar, and get ready to queue for it. See, the problem is all my teabags would be vanilla to you, Eva. I'm sure you've seen them 1,000 times. Yeah, normal difficulty. We're just going to do it normal style. I'm going to pause that because that's going to be appropriate for the mission we're about to do here. So I'm going to give you all a second to get ready and get ready to queue. Alright, so everyone queue for Crystalline Catastrophe in 5 seconds, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, click. And hopefully we'll all get into that. Okay. While we're doing that, I think Azure Nebula is decent enough. We'll give that an aggregate positive. And that fills out that aggregate. Now, the Crystalline Catastrophe is, what's Bragwin's title? Which one of these is Bragwin? Where's Bragwin? Oh, there's Bragwin. What, I can't even read that. Jesus, it will not raise the... Scourge of the what? Hang on. Why doesn't it share the title here? Bragwin, what's your title? I can't read that because I'm apparently blind. So, don't worry, Evo. We will reinvigorate your hoip soon enough. Even if we have to inject it directly into you. Scourge of the Terran Empire. Nice, I like it. Probably earned it by now. I have no idea what titles I have. I probably have a few. Do I have a title on? How would I know? Where would I set titles? How would I set titles? Oh, I have The Undying. Oh my god, I have a couple of titles. Yep, I have a couple of titles. Anyways, Crystalline catastrophe. So let's talk about this for a second. So, there's actually technically 3 versions of this, but for all intents and purposes, there are 2 versions of this instance, of this raid. So this was the first raid they ever added to the game. They'd done 5-mans, dungeons before this, but this is their attempt to drift into having a typical MMO structure. It failed. That's why they've never done it since. So this is the only raid boss in the entire game. Now, it's an appropriate raid boss if you think about it. It's the freaking Crystalline entity. And if you're wondering why it's part of the Tholian arc, well, let's just say the Tholians have more to do with it than they state. Although, of course, it's all implication. They changed it substantially back in the day. And the current version we have is a little bit different. The old version was a little bit, I don't want to say harder to coordinate so much as harder to understand what was going on at the time, which is probably a better way to phrase that. I'm actually surprised this is taking so long. The current version I'll try to talk about as we go through it. Oh, hey, speaking of which. Just a bunch of people hanging out on a demon-class planet, dancing. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Evo, I've only felt joy twice in my life. Although I do have my nieces. So he gives us all the feedback on how the fight works. That's cool, but we're going to ignore him completely. So there's the crystalline entity and the crystalline fragments. So the fragments are effectively torpedoes. That's the first thing you need to know. They are really mean torpedoes. They are kill you in your stupid face torpedoes. There's also Tholians. Now, the Tholians are mostly here just to harass, but they will do all of their, well, some of their web shenanigans, and that can and will cause issues. Also, as you do damage to fragments, they break apart. Large fragments become small fragments, and the ship itself, as you do damage to the crystalline entity, it will also fracture into fragments. So, just doing damage to the boss constantly generates torpedoes, which will hunt people down and cause issues and problems, and again, hurt like hell if they actually connect. Now, the second thing you need to know is this phase right now. You see that giant circle? What's happening right now is no one's capable of doing damage to him. That's because he's just absorbing all the damage being done to it. When that damage is absorbed... well, it was supposed to do a shockwave, but I didn't see it happen, so whatever. I think it actually went off, I just didn't see the graphic. 7 trillion, Ryman. And that also wouldn't give me any money, so I need $7 trillion first. Then I'll think about it. He's doing another absorb phase, so we gotta back out again. Try not to back out too far this time. I'm just gonna ride the line. Right there should be good. There's the effect. You see that wonderful explosion? That can straight up kill you, by the way. One shot. Of course, it's pretty easy to dodge, so that's why. And believe it or not, that's kind of it. That's the whole fight. It's nevertheless probably one of the more complex boss fights they've made in the entire game, which is funny because it's one of the first boss fights they made in the entire game. And it is gone. Crystalline entity is no more. Yeah, very easy grind for fleet marks, among other things. I'm honestly surprised so few people were queuing for this, because it's actually a good source for several things. The Endeavor destroyed destructible torpedoes. This is probably the second easiest source of that in the entire game. And I believe, let me check my notes. There's technically one other thing, but that is the Tholian arc. Hope you enjoyed it. So now we're going to do the Borg. So we're going to do this in a weird order. First, we're going to do the TFOs. So let's talk history. Back in the day, as you may or may not remember, they decided to be like, hi, we're dumb. And so they made the Borg the tutorial villains. This was the wrong decision for every reason in the entire galaxy. Nevertheless, they have stuck to that to this very day. That's going to be part of the Romulan Archathon. So, because that specifically happens after the Vault mission. So, anyways, there's also the red alert thing too, but that's not here or there. So they wanted to do a story arc. This is way back. This is like at launch. And there are a few things they poked at originally. Now, we've kind of hinted at it before, because if you've been paying attention... here, I'll go down to Nukara so people can get invites. If you've been paying any kind of attention, there've been several references to fighting the Borg, or your experience with the Borg, or the Borg have been fighting the Defari, or whatever, right? The reason all of that crap exists is because of the fact that the first story arc, the one that everyone was assumed to go through, was the STFs, I think they were called originally. AKA what nowadays is referred to as TFOs. Now, here's the weird thing, and this actually took me a bit to understand. Nowadays, there's TFOs. These are instances. There's lots of them. There's like almost 100 of them. But back in the day, there were only the STFs, and they were only the Borg. That was it. So the only dungeons in the entire game were the Borg ones that we're about to do. They went in a specific order. They were both ground and space, and each of them barely moved the plot forward. And I stress that word, barely moved the plot forward in a tiny, tiny minuscule mark. And I have to actually pull up a list of which ones are in which order in order to be able to figure out which ones to do first. So the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to move over here. Do me a favor. Move over here if you want to be in the first one. Like over by me. I'm going to scooch out a little bit more. And the whole idea here is if you don't get in, move over here as well. And just stay over here. And that way, you'll still be over here for the next one, and we'll get you in, and that way we can rotate. Logic? So, we'll go ahead and invite. Invite. So I'm pretty sure we have a couple peoples here. I'm not going to tell you which ones are in which order, because then everyone would just decide not to come to the ground ones. I don't know who that is, so I decline. I don't know who that is, so I decline. Decline all requests. So I guess we'll get Shran in, since he's next closest. You gotta say something, Warp Core. I don't know who any of these people are. Yeah, I will actually admit... What is going on with my nose today? It's like a hair. So that's Warp Core. The ground... some of the only enjoyment I've ever had in the ground of this game is from these ground TFOs. However, there's also kind of a proviso on top of that. That's the fact that these ground missions can be total bullcrap, especially one of them, but we'll get to that later. For now, we're going to start off with Infected, the Conduit, which is space. So we'll do that first. Get the Borg playlist going, speaking of which. Actually do have a playlist just for the Borg. It's exactly the one you think it is.
The situation is grim. All attempts to hail the starbase have failed. We must assume the enemy has taken control. This is not acceptable. We must destroy the Borg fleet defending the starbase. Only then can we proceed with relief operations, if any survivors remain. There's more. Scans indicate the Borg transwarp conduit is operational. If we don't destroy the conduit quickly, Borg reinforcements will overwhelm our forces here.
How do we destroy it?
By destroying the nanite generators, then destroy the nanite transformers they maintain. Once those units are destroyed, the conduit will be vulnerable to attack. Destroy it! Scanning the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available.
Now, I know this is going to sound silly to say since we're about to absolutely curb stomp this. But we're finally going to talk about what it's like to fight Borg. I've mentioned a few times that each race has their own particular method of combat, and each of those have their own challenges and their own strategies in which you should fight them back. The Borg do a couple of things. So first, they hit like a truck.
Nanite probes can repair the transformers. Stop them!
They also have the ability to hit you with a couple of things that can really cause some issues. The first one is their cutting beam, the iconic cutting beam, which I myself am also using. The cutting beam essentially bypasses everything and just does hull damage to you. Screw you. Second thing they can do is they can tractor you. Now, we need to talk about something, because we've kind of mentioned tractor beams a few times before. What we need to understand about tractor beams is that they have varying strengths, and that changes how much you can resist them simply by moving quickly.
Destroy it!
Yeah, no kidding, Admiral Murphy. Borg tractor beams are the strongest tractor beams in the game. They can hold you in place completely against your will, and I'm pretty sure that stronger ships actually have stronger tractor beams. So, for example, a tactical cube is going to hold you there. That's it. That's your life now. And you're just going to live with that while that's happening. Then, so we've got the cutting beam, we've got the tractor beam. They also have the gigantoplasma spheres. The gigantoplasma spheres do an absolutely insane amount of damage to you and can literally disintegrate you. But hang on, and that's a tactical cube we're fighting, by the way. They have one final thing they can do. You probably have noticed them do this to me twice now in this very mission. They can just kind of get rid of your shields. They have a shield drain. And in many cases, especially if you're not geared for it, if you're fighting the Borg, you get used to just fighting without your shields. Because that's it. You can't keep up. You're done. Now, there's ways around this nowadays, but yeah, back in the day, that was that. So, trust me when I say...
Sensors confirm that the
sensors confirm
has been destroyed. However, our scans of the starbase are still being disrupted. We will need to send an away team there to look for survivors.
So that's going to be the next mission.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Gun. Additional data is available.
Thanks. Oh, absolutely, Ben Wilmot. So that's the caveat there. Even though we just absolutely ran over that, I really should probably mention that the Borg can still absolutely destroy you. It is not uncommon. Who's this Zachary person? It is not uncommon for me to see people die, even nowadays, even in good ships against Borg combat encounters, because the Borg just hurt. They hurt, and they can mega hurt, and they can ignore your crap, and they can turbo hurt, and they can get rid of your shields. They can just Shrek you. To this very day, I would argue the Borg are one of the deadliest enemies in the game in terms of pure gameplay. And they should be, because they're the Borg. Unfortunately, I kind of already gave this away, but the next one is going to be ground. These kind of bounce back and forth between ground and not ground. Everyone? Who am I missing? Oh, Maverick. Join me, Maverick. No, I got Maverick. Who didn't I get? There we go. Okay. Next. So now we go down to the station we were just looking at. I have pets, so I won't be using a remodulator. Anybody who doesn't have some way to bypass the remodulation, make sure you bring a remodulator, otherwise you will not be doing damage to the Borg on the ground. I knew it. Evo secretly hates Mechanicus music. Yeah, believe it or not, they can't adapt to the heat of a star. Alright, so let's see what's going on here, shall we? Hey, it looks a lot like old ESD. Actually, it really does, doesn't it? Don't worry, we'll see old ESD later. Here's the situation. The Borg have taken over the command center in the lower levels of the starbase. We've been doing our best to keep them out of this level until help arrived. I hope you brought an entire battle group with you. There's a lot of Borg down here. Starfleet researchers have been working on a counteragent to the Borg nanovirus for months. It wasn't until we turned this audio down a little bit, with the research team on Omicron Kappa 2 were assimilated and then rescued, that we could fight the nanovirus. They remembered some of what they learned when they were in contact with the collective. Shouldn't they remember everything? And they used that knowledge to create a counteragent. When the Borg first attacked, we thought we had a chance. Captain Rebecca Simmons was here to meet with our senior staff. Captain Simmons was a member of the Borg Task Force, the TFO. So she knew about how to counteragent and how to use it. The initial plan was to release it amongst the Borg at our station. It worked. We could save the starbase without firing a shot. But, hang on. We attempted to use the counteragent. We did, and it didn't work. Of course it didn't. That'd be stupid. Afterwards, Captain Simmons teamed up with our engineering and medical officers to make improvements. She believed the counteragent wouldn't work on drones that had been Borg for a long time. That also makes no sense. But people who have been assimilated by the nanovirus should be saved. Captain Simmons was determined to test her theory. She convinced the chief engineer to help her rig up a pair of levitation boots so she could penetrate deep into Borg-controlled territories without triggering their alarms. That was the last time we heard from her. Alright. We got this. Thank God for bullets. Oh yeah, no, this mission... So, back when this mission came out, I never successfully beat it. There's actually several Borg ground missions I never beat back in the day, including the final one, which we'll get to when we get there. It wasn't until I came back much later with an organized group and some much higher tier stuff that I was able to finally actually see these missions to conclusion. The Borg were no joke. And if you've been paying attention, they adapt to your weapons extraordinarily quickly. I believe it's a random number, but either way, they can adapt within just a few shots. And yeah, they had to rework these missions. I understand. Whoop, I'm dead. Let me get back up. Yeah, you can get assimilated, by the way. And if you do, you will start attacking your allies. It's exactly as fun as it sounds. Both literally and figuratively. The only reason I'm even firing, because I'm doing like 1 damage per hit, is if you shoot stuff, it makes your pets more likely to attack that target. So that's the only reason I'm even doing that. We've already failed to save the personnel. Because, you know, duh, obviously. Yeah, the Mako was pretty much required for a lot of this stuff. It was a good set, too, so that helped. It was like something Lotro did, and WoW actually did the same thing, too. It was the idea of doing dungeons or raids to get gear to do the dungeons or raids. If you're paying attention, you're like, but isn't that how it is now? That's not what I mean. Back in WoW, they had something called Resistance gear. And over in Lotro, they had Radiance gear. And here, they had Borg stuff, the Mako stuff. In all cases, it was there to essentially make it so you could do the mission, not give you better gear. It was just to bypass a certain mechanic. Assimilation, dread, or, you know, elemental damage. I will say, and I kind of already hinted at this earlier, one of the few things I appreciate in a game where we can curb stomp everything effortlessly is that at least the Borg are still dangerous, you know? Of all races, the Borg should still be dangerous, damn it. There's actually a couple other races that can cause issues, but by golly. You don't nerf the Borg. Don't pull a Voyager. Oh, we lost Space Cadet. I don't know which one of you is Space Cadet, though. I don't know names. I don't know names. Oh, God. Come on. And yeah, this is the basis for old ESD, which again, we'll be seeing again later.
Are futile. You cannot defeat us. Surrender and prepare yourselves to be one with the Borg.
Well, you heard her. Then I should just do this. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can do this. All the things. Resistance is futile, Ross. You will be sunburnt. Oh, they've already converted a decent chunk of this place, haven't they? They work fast. Honestly, cybernetic dinosaurs just sounds awesome, but I guess we'll talk about that more when we get to the Solinae. Help! Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I'm trapped! I really am. Jesus. Hang on, let me use my Borg nanites to heal us. Well, I hope you're here for the Solinae arc, then, Evo. Because we'll see some cyber dinos when we get there. I'm pretty sure the Borg would Shrek all of StarCraft, like, as swiftly as they possibly could. Captain, it's Captain Ogan. He was in command of the starbase. Shouldn't it be a she? Oh, whatever. Yeah, we might actually show off a full cycle of the ground zone in the Solinae. I know we're going to show off the Undine full cycle, because, you know, why not? Damn it, they keep doing that crap to me. Ah! Oh, we're not there yet. My bad, my bad. Honestly, it's been so long, and I think I've only done most of these once, so forgive me. I'm a little less familiar with the specifics here than I am of other parts of the thing. I love how this Portal of the Sun is just killing someone. I can't even target here. There we go. I can still rip out the soul of a Borg. Rip, rip, rip. And we're done. Okay, we need to lower the force fields. Let's do it. Absolutely not, Loke. The idea of physical attacks being more effective against the Borg has always been stupid and bad writing. So, no.
The collective brings order to chaos. Our song will calm your troubled thoughts. Do not resist us.
Oh, you heard her. Again. I don't know if AI is the right word. I mean, the Borg are zombies, but, like, they got their own things going on. She could bring balance Which is funny, because the Deferi insist the Borg are out of balance, but that's just because the Borg were killing them. No, we're actually inside a Federation starbase right now, Savicom. Can't you tell? Yeah, they've been here a minute. Literally a minute. Okay, it's closer to 30 minutes, but still. Oh, I am. Don't worry, Trihexia. I grew to hate that message, by the way. Adapted. Hate. God, I hated that crap. Nowadays, I could just bypass it entirely, but ugh. Let's aggro a couple of groups. Uh-oh. 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 In his hubris, he then died horribly for aggroing 2 groups of Borg at the same time. Oh, I'm fine, I'm fine. There is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that's okay, it's okay. Red Angel. Okay. By the way, I'm probably not showing it off properly, because it doesn't matter anymore. There's actually a lot of different varieties of Borg drones. There's your basic Drek drones. They're slow, they do low damage. They also come in large groups. Then there's tactical drones. Those have armor, shields, and much better weapons. Then there's elite tactical drones. And then there's the really mean ones, which I don't think show up for a little bit. Careful, there's plasma venting below the platforms. Even breathed contact could be fatal. Sensors show the main force field in the room is being protected by the smaller fields. You need to eliminate them before we can get to the big one. The Borg will raise the fields approximately 15 seconds after you engage the drones. If you leave or are transmitted from the room, you will not be able to return without assistance. Oh, and someone already shot in. Run! Get in, get in! So this is fun. See that plasma down there? That will kill you. I believe it straight up kills you. But I have the Red Angel, which bypasses some of the rules, so we'll see. Let's see what we can get. Okay. Where to get this one? Nope. Okay, never mind. Oh yeah, the elite Borg were pretty mean back in the day. Like, you'd kill off the lesser elite drones, and then the elites would kill you. Is pretty much how that worked out. Did I do it wrong? Okay. I guess we'll start with this one. Nope. Alright. I'm gonna walk away from this because apparently I can't figure out the order. At least not quickly. Are any of these down? I guess they're not. Okay, hold up. It feels like this is the first one because the sound effect was different. Hang on. Come on, reset. Reset. No? There it goes. Okay, so. Start on this one. Go to this one. Then do this one. Do we have to hit all three at once? Oh, Jesus. It's been so long, I'm not actually sure. Okay, hold up. What are we in? Let's find out. Scroll down to the walkthrough of the thing. Here we go. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, no, it is actually a simultaneous thing. Alright, cool. I guess I'll get this one. And then someone get on the third one there. And 3, 2, 1, hit. There we go. Down with that. Whoa, hello. We spawned Borg. No! Oh, man. Do you remember... I don't know how many of you, any of you, in any video game, were around in the days before voice chat when it came to organizing raids and fights. Do you ever wonder why it is that people thought vanilla raids were hard? It's not because they were hard. It was because you had to organize them without voice chat. Just saying. Anyways, okay, so there's someone on that one. I guess I'll be on this one. Do we have someone on the third one? We kind of do. Whoever that person is. So, 3, 2, 1, hit. Okay, 2 down. Upload? Oh, whatever. Hey, Mike. What's going on? Yeah, exactly, Sarura. And their computers might not be able to run the game. I've told this story many times. I used to run Molten Core staring at the ground because the laptop I was playing on couldn't handle it, so my entire raiding experience was essentially this. Except worse than that. Anyways, okay, so 3, 2, 1, hit it. Hit it. Go, go. Okay, one more. Oops, which is this way. Not fall into the goop. Goop is not your friend. No. Almost didn't make that. Whoop, that's the wrong button. Oh, Jesus, I hit the wrong button. It's okay, Red Angel, Red Angel. Try it again. Okay. Do we have people in all three? Okay, so 3, 2, 1, hit it. Okay, that should be all of them. There we go. Now we hit the core. That spawns the boss. Oh my goodness.
Why do you continue to resist? We only wish to raise the quality of life for all species. Become one with us.
This is what I have to say to that.
Quest for perfection.
And Turbo dead. The moment we get her to spawn, she's iced. She actually still has the chain lightning ability, she just didn't get a chance to use it. Oh man, okay. Alright. We did it. Next one, let me get down to Nukara. Yeah, the Bool just are invincible, apparently. See you around, Justin. Have a good one. Alright, so now... God, we're only 2 in. Let's get some invites out. Who didn't get in the last one? Come over here if you didn't get in the last one. I'm not good at keeping track of names. So just help me out here. Work with me here. Come over here. Okay, Bregwin. Get Bregwin in. Is that it? Does everyone else get in? I spew reputation all over everywhere. Okay, so we'll pick randomly. We'll pick you. And you. Alright. Next up, more ground, I think. Hang on. Wait. Let me double check that. That doesn't look right. Nope, it is more ground. Ground it up. Yeah, Star Trek Online ground. The greatest of all things. Hey, where'd everyone go? I'm out of water on that thing, but that's okay. I have other water. I have better. I'm out of water there, too. It's okay, I have a third thing of water. I really do, that's not a joke. I do apologize about how long the ground ones take. What can I say? It's ground Borg. I admit, I'm not actually sure what they could do to make the ground combat interesting at this point. Like, even if somehow budget and time weren't an issue, the engine is so ludicrously limiting and old and crap. I'm not sure what you could do with it. This is my last one, Evo. I don't have a fourth thing of water. There's a force field near your location on the planet that's blocking all attempts to scan. The pillar near you may be a control terminal. Alright, let's go figure it out. Yeah, no, ground needs a total overhaul, and I don't think it's ever getting it. You know, I actually don't know the engine off the top of my head. I used to, but I don't know it right now. Come on, let me interact with it. Come on, I saw it. Jesus Christ. There we go. You found the control device. Okay. Sure. Well, then I would immediately kill myself, Trihexia, because that ain't happening. I'm of the opinion that they should use ground more for cutscene stuff as opposed to, you know, actual combat stuff. Which I know probably sounds weird, but I mean it. There it goes. It's insane. Taking so damn long. I mean, that sounds even worse, Harriet, so more suicide. Yeah, ground was... Believe it or not, ground used to be worse. They have added small quality-of-life changes to targeting and interface and interactions that have made it slightly less terrible than it used to be. Come on! Erica, God, does it just take forever, or am I hitting the wrong thing? Jesus. You realize my character has died several times in this very run, Space Cadet, right? Time to shooter it up. I'm ready. I'm ready. I know a few people use shooter mode, but yeah. There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go. God damn. Negative to everything. I believe you, Admiral Murphy. I really do. Oh, man. Especially this is what I'm thinking it is, which, yeah, it probably is. Well, then I'd be brain dead, Arian. We must damage a turret, which will drop a regeneration cycle. Then you can get close enough to plant a spatial charge on it and destroy it. Let's... Come on. It does not want to let me set these charges. I'm not even taking damage. It's just not doing it. I don't think we have seen a simulated Voth. I'm not sure about that, though. Alright, moving on. Now we just have to do that 15 more times. Assimilated Tholians sounds awesome. I mean, the Voth are unique. They're really, really stupid, but they're just sluggers. They just, in tech terms, they're way higher tier than most other races. So, yeah. I mean, wait until you see the Fortress ship. That is an often debated question, Harriet. So your answer is as good as mine. Yeah, there's a heavy tactical drone while we're on the subject. And there's an elite tactical drone with actual armor and a giant cannon on its arm. There, be free. Be free. Oh, wow, Huthor. That's interesting. Assimilated preservers. I can think of one more thing that'll be worse than preservers, but I don't want to talk about that yet. Yeah, to give a bit of perspective, given how quickly we've been pushing through these things, notice how long it takes to kill an elite TAC drone. Anyways, the long and the short of all of this is there's not really much story here. The Borg tried to go after a starbase for some reason. Now they're on this planet for some reason. And we'll get a little bit more into it, but not a lot else going on here, really. Narratively. Damn it, fly again. Stop trying to kill us. Or I guess succeeding at it. There we go. That's an interesting question, Disco. So speaking as someone who really dislikes Avatar: The Last Airbender, I understand disliking something that everyone else in the entire universe praises. But if that's your only social interaction, my first suggestion would be to find some other form of social interaction. There's plenty of other games and plenty of other MMOs and plenty of other avenues to interact with people rather than, you know, having to do that. There we go. Yeah, I noticed the respawn is way up there. Start the chain again, because we lost everything to a single worker drone. Like you do. Like, we actually lost progress because of that drone. God damn it. This freaking map. I might actually be okay with not finishing this map, to be completely blunt. This might be a literal waste of our time. Because, yeah, this is Cure Applied, which... Ugh, you know... God damn it. Yeah, that's right. This came out before kits were even a thing, if I'm remembering correctly. That was kits were a thing they added with the Culinary stuff, weren't they? Either that or the Romulan stuff, which, I mean, same diff. Sorry, that's what I meant. What I mean is you didn't have this up here. You had this, and that was your abilities. Clarify, because it really is funny how much better this game is than it used to be, considering how many issues it still has to this day. Why does this take 7 years? I mean, I know why. It's so you have more chances to screw up. Because any screw up in the chain, There we go, thank God. Oh, thank God. Well, you didn't have portals to the sun. Among other things. You know, I don't want to be alive in a galaxy where I can't open a portal to the sun. They should add that ability to Warcraft somewhere. As like a super ultimate ability. 10-minute cooldown. Opens a portal to the sun. Yeah, no, this TFO is so bad. I already don't like the ground Borg TFOs in general, but I might give this individual TFO its own negative, because this is a slog on every level. My goodness. I forgot how bad this was. And remember, we are super overpowered here, and just bulldozing these. Maybe it's like a tank, Huthor, you know? Oh, a spaceship. There we go, perfect. This is the cure applied. And I wouldn't be surprised if most people in chat have never even seen this one. This is actually my second time, or third time doing this ever. If I succeed here, this will be my second time completing it ever. And then the Vindicar will never be used against their enemies, because that would just be faux pas. Listen, I figured you of all people who would be in favor of throwing continuity out the window. Other starts. Actually, I answered that question. Disco. I answered you with the episode Clues, which is a TNG episode. Season 4, I want to say. 4 or 5. Okay, we're almost not even halfway done. Oh my god. We're never gonna make it. Go! Get to the end of the mission. Jesus, this is bad. Disaster would probably qualify as well. Would it surprise you to know I like how high-tech Legion got by the end there, Huthor? Oh, Jesus. Do we have to do another one of these things? Oh, my God. I think you're right, Admiral Murphy. That's so sad. I think Warp Core is right, too. Respawn all my stuff on this turret. Let me just not screw around on this stupid thing. Well, there is another Borg TFO after this. I think there's actually 2. And it's the one that I've only completed once, which I guess this one is as well, so whatever. But I had some issues with it, that's all I'm saying. Oh, the chain puzzle. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's... Yeah, Hive is the one I'm dreading the most. God, I hated Hive back in the day so much. Borg Disconnected is the only TFO Borg thing we will not be doing today, by design. Okay, since you're in position there, I'll go and turrets stay down. Yeah, and worker drones. Yeah, uh-huh. Do it? Do we do it? I mean, yeah, of course it should have, Uthor. It didn't, of course, which is the problem. The next episode, the next arc was literally another day in the life. Next episode, listen to me. Okay. Oh my god. What's with the Borg and tubes? There's always tubes at the Borg. Man. I know this is gonna go along there with, you know, I like ice cream, but I miss the Foundry. I know the stated reason why they cut it. I know the hypothetical reasons why they cut it. I don't care. I miss the Foundry. Okay, we did it. Now we must locate Ermac, which is somewhere. Okay, I misread that for 1 second, Admiral Morphe. I thought you said, I made like 40 missions in the Foundry. I'm so glad that work is gone. Oh my goodness. I've debated a long time if cut content qualifies as a negative. And the precedence we've established is if it makes existing content worse, then it's a negative. Unfortunately, I don't think the Foundry qualifies for that. So all I'm going to say is, for those of you not aware, if you didn't hear us talk about it the last couple of times, it used to basically be this thing called the Foundry. It was a bunch of mission-making and map-making tools in the game. Well, that allowed you to go ahead and publish your own... Correct, Warcorp. That made your own missions. Made your own events, both space and ground. Now, let's be honest about this. As with all user-made content... which is UMC stuff, there was a lot of dreck. Just a lot of crap, right? But that's kind of the... that's the trade-off. That's always been the trade-off. You're going to have some dreck, you're going to have some good stuff, and then you're going to have some really, really good stuff. And, God, there were some truly excellent missions in the Foundry back in the day. Unfortunately, I never even got to finish a couple of them. There was this one chain, don't ask me which it was, I don't remember. But it was an ongoing series that the creator never actually finished. And it was like, damn it, that... wanted to know more. Okay, shield is down. Let's go rescue Jackass. I suppose I could actually agree with that, Uthor. I mean, let me walk that back. I obviously don't agree with you on that. But I do agree with your mentality. I get your point. Like, I agree that Burning Crusade stuff was clearly more fantasy, more magic. Just organized magic, whereas by Legion, it was straight up tech. You know, we literally fly on Kill Jaden's spaceship to Argus, for God's sakes. That's the reveal of Argus. Oh god, another force field! No! It's okay, surely... Okay, what did we miss? What did we miss? I actually don't know what we missed. Help me out here. Anybody? The transformer. That's the things we used to get rid of those. That's not it. Another transformer. Another transformer. Look how tiny those dots are. How many of you can even see those dots on the map? Yeah, we've got a genetic sample we're missing somewhere. God. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna go commit suicide real quick. See, this is why you should always need a tactical person in your squad who has motion acceleration. Yeah, emergency knife. Emergency knife! Restart the cycle. Ugh. By the way, I look forward to you being there during the BC run, because I don't know how that expansion's going to rate. I can't imagine it's going to rate very highly. Oh, there it is. Okay, yay! Someone found it. I should probably read that out loud. We've done a preliminary analysis of the genetic material which you gathered, and I think we can modify the nanovirus counter agent Starfleet developed to work for Klingons. Whatever disputes the Federation and the Klingon Empire aren't important right now. We need to work together to fight the Borg. I don't know. I think the Horde and Alliance should keep fighting forever. Forever. I need to look this up. Is there a timer? There's a timer, right? How long have we been in just this one TFO? This is insanity. Well, it's okay. Thankfully, there's no Klingon Borg at the end of all this nonsense.
We are the Borg. Gerard and his men will be part of our collective.
Yep, uh-huh. Keep talking. Just keep summoning things. There we go.
The Klingon Empire will adapt to service us.
But yeah.
You can feel pain. You.
Oh, thank God. Get me out of here, Mr. Wizard. Threat is contained. I recommend you return to the Dreadnought and get this data to Admiral DeVault. You can work with Starfleet Command to share the counter-virus with the Klingons. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, that sucked. I am so sorry for everyone who just joined me for that. Here, let's... Who's Katina? In the Dyson outfit over there. Yeah, I think that mission deserves its own negative. That was awful. Wow. I was not expecting that, but oof. Just oof. I'm just gonna invite random people at this point. Invite. Yep, I am never doing that again. Oh, I might have invited the wrong person there. Yeah, I think I did. Whoops. Who is this person? Identify yourself. This is why I need people to identify themselves. I stop inviting randos that I'm not meaning to. Okay, so this is Space Cadet, apparently. we have? Okay, here, we'll do this one. Go, let's go, let's go! We need to recover. We need to recover. So this, next we're doing cure found. So we did it, we found the cure. We found the cure to the Borg. Does that make sense? Yes, we actually have Admiral Murphy, and God, it's so bad. Oh my God, it's so bad. So, I'll go right. Any second now. Our crew has managed to repair our shields, but engines and weapons are offline. We need assistance. You must take the battle to the Borg. We're not going to explain anything. Just know how to do this mission because you've done it like 70 times. You got it, Admiral. Let's go. Let's go. Sawed off. Notice I straight up cannot move, despite everything. Because of that, Borg tractor beam thing I was talking about earlier. I have the wrong target equipped. Or targeted.
You will become one with the Borg.
So if the Kang dies, you lose. Back in the day, we used to have to specifically have a person or two. That's a current patch thing, Ice Frost. Sit back and just defend the Kang while everyone else dealt with the spaceports, because also the spaceports generate worse and worse enemies further into the mission. So this used to be one of the hardest of the Borg TFOs in the space, in my opinion. I would say the second hardest one. Only surpassed by one that we'll get to in a minute. Yeah, I was usually on Kang duty. At the time, I was running a beamboat, so I was better about dealing with this kind of stuff than the stations.
Assimilating our culture and technology.
Yeah, that's nice. We've restored limited warp capability. It should be enough to get the nanovirus agent back to the Empire. You fought well today. You showed courage and honor worthy of a Klingon. We'll not forget what you have done here. We have in your debt. It'll never be mentioned again. Farewell. And then an assimilated Klingon carrier shows up. God, this is such an ugly ship, but it's got a boatload of HP, even nowadays. That took way too long to kill. And we're done. We did it! What? Yes, it'll never be mentioned again. Listen, that thing, especially on harder difficulties, which is what I'm more used to, has a crap ton of health. Who are you, Trithon? Because next up is Kittimer, I believe. Let me triple check this. So we did Cure Found. Yep. Next we're doing a weird one. Okay, so I'm not going to get you in yet here. Let's get in Bragwin. Let's force her in. Whoever this is, and whoever this is. You're all getting forced in. Join me. Join me. It's okay, we're doing space next. But here's the thing, Trithon. If you want to join for Hive, then you're gonna have to do a ground TFO. That's the price. That is what you must pay for this. But not this one. It's the next one. I'll invite Maverick to join me, Maverick. Join me, Maverick. If you want to join for Hive Ground, say something, but that's not yet. We're doing Kittimer next. We got Kittimer, and then we got Hive. So next is Kittimer Vortex. Yep, Kittimer Vortex is next. Boop. Yeah, I'll say that aloud. If anybody's character name is Kittimer, where'd you get your ship from?
There are 2 active Borg transwarp conduits in this system, along with a stable spatial rift, which is emitting chronoton particles. The Borg have been known to use time travel. In 2373, the USS Enterprise E followed a Borg cube through such a rift to Earth's first contact with the Vulcans. My grandfather was there. He said it was memorable. So, this could be another attempt by the Borg to alter the past.
No, I think he's asking about your ship, the Constitution here.
The spatial rift will require further study before we can shut it down. Until then, our best option is to neutralize the transwarp conduits in order to stem the flow of Borg into the system. The conduits are protected by nanite transformers. Those are protected by nanite generators. Eliminating the generators first will allow us to destroy the transformers. Only then will the conduits be vulnerable. The Borg are sure to send reinforcements. They may attempt to use the temporal anomaly. That will not be acceptable. Stop them at all costs.
So yes, this is Alexander's son. I hate to be unkind, but I don't know who he ever successfully got to actually be with him, because Alexander was pathetic and terrible, but whatever. So, speaking of Kang duty, back in the day, as a beamboat, I was almost always on probe duty on this particular map. Like, that was my thing. Full tilt, nothing else. Just drones or probes, just probes. I don't think he cares, Mike Romano. I mean, would you care? Be honest. Yeah, this is pretty much a straight-up DPS check mission. Technically much simpler than several of the other ones we've done, but much meaner in terms of execution and gear. You could call this the gear check of the TFOs. Which is funny, because it was there for the Hive, which is our next space TFO. We'll get there.
Approaching the time vortex.
Nowadays, as you can see, we outgear it a bit. This was also their second attempt at a space boss encounter,
Approaching the time vortex.
which I will show off in a few seconds once we get to it.
From this time forward, your culture will adapt to service ours.
Doing this mission on Elite is pain. That's all I'm going to say. Even to this day, Elite can be mean on any of these.
Will be assimilated.
I have never succeeded at Hive Elite, and I doubt I ever will. So, boss time.
We're picking up some strange readings. Tempting to compensate. Stand by. Something is decloaking. Scanning now. The configuration resembles a Romulan scimitar. I'm reading a high level of Borg technology. The energy output is off the chart. I know the Romulans have experimented with Borg technology, but they haven't been able to create anything like this. Incoming hail. The unidentified vessel.
I am the nothing Borg. No leadership. We will add your biological.
You will become one with the Borg.
Your culture will adapt
sensors detected several escape pods entering the vortex. As much as I hate to say it, I do not think we have seen the last of Denatra of Borg. We must remain vigilant.
So I didn't really get to show off that boss fight because it died while I was listening to the dialogue, but the way it works out is she's a big old scimitar with an absolute boatload of health. One of the highest, I believe actually the 4th highest spaceship in the entire game. It might be 5th, if we count the planet killers. So, absolute load of health, right? She also will periodically cheat cloak, teleport to a new location, decloak, and do that big cone attack of death. And then she'd go and hit you again. She throws out some tractor beams, or tractor probes, and then some healing probes, and then she'd rinse and repeat. It's fairly simple. It wasn't much, but it was something. It was about all that we got. But now, well, now I'm afraid it's time for you to do a ground mission. Evil laughter. By the way, can I just say real quick, thank you all of you for joining me for this. I appreciate y'all in general, and it makes it a lot funner doing it with friends, but like, honestly, just sitting here and waiting on the queue would probably have really sucked, so I appreciate you, thank you. Yeah, we got 2 more ground, of which this is 1. Probably Mike Kamano, probably. So now we're doing Kittimer in stasis. I mean, Borg TFOs show up...
3.
Borg TFOs show up pretty regularly, but I'd be doing them with randos. You're in a construction facility of some sort. I'm reading 2 distinct types of Borg. Many of them are in stasis and disconnected from the collective. They're older. They've been here for years. The other type of Borg I'm reading are the ones from our current timeline, the Borg that followed through the spatial rift. Those Borg may be using the drones in stasis for something. Shock troops, perhaps? Captain, I recommend you go deeper into the base and try to determine exactly what's going on here. Captain, if you destroy all the IMR devices quickly, the Borg won't be able to convert any more drones. The Vega colony, you remember that colony? Needs all the advantages it can get in the next few hours. Let's go follow our lightsaber targ here. But. So yes, this is all still dealing with the Vega and that stupid tutorial mission. Remember how I mentioned that right at the beginning? Like, they made it the tutorial, so they felt saddled with it, so here we are, following through on it, kind of. So if you ever wondered why there's no quests following through on the Vega thing, this is why. Although, actually, I think the quests might follow through on it. I don't actually remember. We'll find out in a minute. We have 3 total more TFOs to do, counting this one for the Borg arc. And then we'll be out of BC. We'll have made it. We'll finish the BC crap. No offense, Uthor. Yeah, the Borg story missions we'll be doing right after this. They're... We'll get to it. We'll get to it. They used to be different. I know we say that a lot. I'm not even sure when they... Like, at what point in the story arc they stopped doing revamps and ripping out of quests. Like, I know they redid some of the Romulan stuff. I know they redid some of the after that stuff. I think by the time we get to the Solanae, we might finally be at the point where we're actually playing the missions as they were originally intended. I'm not even sure about that, though. You mean this mode right here?
Resistance is futile.
I love how clinical it sounds. Remember, resistance is futile. There is no purpose in resisting. Please play down immediately and wait for the party bot to show up and assimilate you. Yeah, I feel like they redid something in the Romulan arc, and I don't remember what off the top of my head.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols.
Oh, no, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's Wasteland. Yes, that's exactly what my dentist was telling me. Remember, assimilation is both excruciatingly painful and incredibly terrifying. Fear not. After it's taken hold, you won't feel anything ever again. Wait, are you eye rolling at the Borg or my dentist? Oh, right, yeah. There's some odd readings ahead from the large device. It appears to be an isolinear molecular reconverter. Are our Borg converting the drones in stasis? It's like an upgrade. Once they undergo the process, the Borg in stasis are stronger, smarter, and faster. We need to destroy them, but they're protected by force fields, so we need to destroy the nodes so we can destroy the force fields. Yes, please lie down and await the cake. Cake will be served very soon. Remember, any attempts to dissuade the operating officers from providing you cake will not be met with positive reinforcement. With mint frosting, Mike Romano. Note to self, don't fall. Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god, I remember this.
Enemy detected.
Oh god.
Do not assimilate. We will destroy. Enemy detected near node Alpha 1. Shield power diverted from power detected Alpha node Alpha 2. Enemy detected near node Beta 1. Enemy detected near node Alpha 1. Shield power diverted from power node Beta 2.
Okay, well, I'm not even sure of the proper order in which to do this. See, I'm gonna set up my buddies here.
Near node Alpha 1.
Or does it matter? Okay, well...
Shield power diverted from power node Alpha 3. Enemy detected near node Beta 1. Enemy detected near node Alpha 2. Enemy detected near node Beta 1. Enemy detected near node Alpha 2.
Where am I?
Enemy detected near node Beta 2.
Doesn't matter. I don't know which number to hit. Are they labeled on that side? Whoops. I actually didn't mean to click that. Oh, for God's sakes.
Matrix complete. Transformation process beginning.
Damn it, Space Cadet, stop giving in to the Borg.
from power node Alpha 1.
So what you're saying, Evo, is you would join the Borg willingly.
Enemy detected. New node Beta 1.
Although, actually, that's a comment I bring up many times. If the Borg were less conquery and more, you know, hey, you want to join us, I bet you a lot of people would actually join them. Hey, you know what? I actually don't know what I'm doing here, so I'm gonna go to the other side. I do like shiny things. Are they painted red, though? Yeah, then they'd be more of a cooperative than a collective.
Enemy detected. Near node Beta Shield 3. Diverted from power node detected. Beta near node 3. Beta 3.
Beta destroyed. Beta 3 destroyed, rather. Don't worry, I'll never watch Picard ever, ever, ever.
Enemy detected. Near node Alpha 3.
Damn it, Tara.
Enemy detected. Near node Alpha 2. Where we do not assimilate, we will destroy.
Hey, that's not cool. It's also wasteful. Just saying. Oh, hey, I have an Endeavor level. Max shields, because it's the only space ability. I mean, I'll be honest, I have absolutely no interest in watching Picard right now. Picard Season 1 is probably whatever, but Picard Season 2 put me off of it pretty badly.
Alpha 2.
So that's Alpha 2, which is up. I'm just gonna stay here. At some point, Alpha 3 will open, and then I will destroy
Enemy
it.
detected. Near node Alpha 2.
I have no thoughts on Strange New Worlds because I can't really.
Detected near node Alpha 1. Enemy detected near node Alpha 1.
Like, it's hard to have thoughts on a show that's so episodic.
Enemy detected near node Beta 1.
I haven't really read up on it. I know it's good because everyone I've talked to in the history of the Ever says it's good. I wish it wasn't episodic, but there's nothing much to be done about that, so that's whatever. Reloaded and I had an extensive talk about Pike because we were debating how our Pike is going to be in the rewrite.
Enemy detected near node Beta 1.
Yes, because I've actually watched the original series Harriet. In fact, I've analyzed it. I've never watched New Trek. Two front toes, one back toe, claws. That's about all I got, Evo. Pretty sure you're doing that anyways.
Enemy detected near node Alpha 2.
I mean, honestly, the old terminology, which is episodic versus serial, is actually, excuse me, it's procedural versus serial, is really out-of-date terminology, which I actually am never going to use again as of this very moment. Instead, I'm just going to start using my own terminology, which is to talk about it in terms of the types of continuity.
Enemy detected.
Here, I'll go lower. Sorry, I thought someone else was lowering the shields. I'll go lower shields. Let's see if I can figure out how to. I need to go up. So we've got.
Near node Alpha 1.
You don't shut your mouth.
Shield power. Diverted from power node Alpha 1.
Okay, someone's doing it because Alpha 1 just went down. Anyways, Alpha 1's further up.
Alpha 1.
This should have been Alpha 1. Was it Alpha 1? Is it Alpha 1? Man, I don't know.
Shield power. Diverted from
There we go.
power node Alpha 1. Enemy detected near node Alpha 1.
Thank you, whoever's doing that.
Will be added to our
Okay, so that's Alpha 1 dead. We need Alpha 3 dead. And Beta 1 and Beta 2.
shield power diverted from power node Alpha 3.
Okay, I'll jump and get that one. That's down here. There we go.
Detected near node Alpha 3.
Damn it! Well, I had it, and then it went back up. See you around, Evo. Breathe. I only have one Evo! And T that has no freaking labels! Oh.
Diverted from power node Alpha 3.
So there's no continuity whatsoever. That's Twilight Zone. There's recurring continuity. That's TOS. Alpha 3, lower Alpha 3, I think. Unless you have to do these in a specific order, in which case, ignore me completely.
Shield power diverted from power node Alpha 3.
That is rain. Go down. Why aren't you dead? Wow, this is taking a minute.
Shield power detected diverted from power node Alpha 3. Alpha 3.
I don't know if I could kill this quickly enough by myself. Hit all the buttons there. No! Almost made it. God damn, I cannot seem to kill this thing quickly enough. Hang on, I'm not... Give me a sec to talk about continuity, because this is just...
Shield power diverted from power node Alpha 3.
Yeah, get off my screen. There. That's all the stuff I can do. Go! Oh my god. Look at this nonsense. Are you seeing this?
Shield power diverted from power node Alpha 3.
What am I doing wrong here?
Enemy detected near node Alpha 2.
Okay, Alpha 3's gone. Whoa. Okay, and Beta 3 should be still gone. Double checking. Yes, okay. Yeah, apparently Floor's talking about continuity. Quick! Divert power to Alpha 2.
Diverted from power node Beta 1. Enemy detected near node Alpha 2.
Okay, so if you can get Beta 2 or Beta 1 or Alpha 2, apparently. So any of the two, either of the twos. There we go.
Enemy detected Beta node Beta 1.
We'll do Beta 2 then. Alright, so, continuity. Shut up! There's no continuity whatsoever. That's Twilight Zone. There's light continuity, you know, same actors, same general concepts, you know, the warp drive works roughly the same way, the characters act roughly the same way. That's Star Trek the original series. Then you've got setting continuity. That's more TNG and, I know this is going to sound strange, Deep Space Nine. I know a lot of people say Deep Space Nine is heavy continuity, but really all Deep Space Nine did was TNG, but a bit more. That's good. Don't mistake me, but that's my point. That's setting continuity. Final step is string continuity. String continuity is Babylon 5, or, you know, certain aspects of specific story arcs, where each story very specifically or drifts from one. Picard Season 1 is string continuity. 24 is string continuity. So, from everything I understand, remember, I haven't seen the show, but from everything I understand, Strange New Worlds is setting continuity. That's the TNG and the DS9 stuff. Now, I think we just need Beta 1, and we're good.
Shield power.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica is another good example of string continuity.
Enemy detected near node Beta 1.
Let's start summoning all sorts of stuff.
Shield power diverted from power node Beta 1.
And I've heard the opinions over the years that Star Trek should be pretty much everything on that gamut. Some people think Star Trek should be string continuity. Some people think it should be setting. Some people think it should be light. And some people think it should be absolutely none. As a fresh reminder, TOS was originally designed to be total lack of continuity. Twilight Zone. I'm not sure what I would have thought of that. That probably would have made me never be interested in Star Trek, to be honest with you. Thank you, Slime Time, very, very much. Always appreciate. Thank you.
Matrix.
And Star Trek has dipped its toes into string continuity, but it's never actually committed to it And, well, okay, let me walk that back. Hang on. Star Trek has tried string continuity several times in New Trek. They never tried it back in the day, other than a few specific iterations. Alright, what, further up? God, I'm not even sure what to do right now. See, the funny thing about Enterprise Season 3 is it's not as string continuity as you'd think. It's the same thing Deep Space Nine did. There's individual moments of string continuity, like individual bits of arcs, or however you want to think of that. But Season 3 isn't actually string continuity. It's more like there's these 2 episodes, then these 3, and then these 3 at the end. And those are string continuity. Then there's a lot of in-between. In fact, I didn't actually realize until I went back through and reanalyzed the show. Oh my god, thank you for bearing with all that nonsense. Now, from what I understand, Discovery Season 1, 2, and 3 are all full string continuity. Picard Season 1 is string continuity. Picard Season 2 wants to be string continuity, but is on crack.
Protocols initiated.
Dinatra. You struggle and struggle, but it's all in vain. You have stopped us here. You cannot stop us all. We are Legion. We're the Borg. Yeah, no, that's valid. Where are you? Where are your minions, Dinatra? Where's the boss fight supposed to happen?
What we do not assimilate, we will destroy.
Are you over here? Nope. Anybody know where the boss fight is? Is it on the map? It's not on the map. Is it on the other side? Nope. Okay. Is it up? Maybe it's up. Let's try up. You can tell I know what the hell I'm doing here. Yeah, so I actually agree with Praxis and Admiral Murphy. Enterprise Season 4 starts terribly, ends terribly, and is honestly just the best Enterprise in the middle. And some of my favorite Star Trek stuff in general, across all the shows. Shrug. Okay, so apparently it really is just all the way back. Yes, Enterprise Season 4 is technically string continuity, but not really. It's actually its own thing, which is something that, bit by bit, I've been becoming more and more in favor of when it comes to television production. Rather than doing one story across a season, you do one story across 2, 3, or 4 episodes. Then, you kind of have either a bridge, or a breather, or whatever, and you start another arc. And so forth and so on. And the older I get and the more I study television, the more I start making my own shows, the more I think that's really the way to go with that. It's not like you can't pull off full string continuity. We know that you can pull off string continuity, because Babylon 5 exists. But yeah, exactly, the old Doctor Who approach. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're done. We're done. Oh, get me out of here, Mr. Wizard. Thank you for putting up with that nonsense. Okay, next we're doing, let me double check my notes, but I'm pretty sure it's Hive Ground. Let me triple check that. Yep, it's time to go fight the Borg Queen. So I know, where are you? You wanted in. Who wants to fight the Borg Queen? Around. Apparently this who is this person? Who are these people? Identify yourself. I'll go and invite. You know, I've actually thought about that several times, Uthor. Would it surprise you to know there is no Borg Queen in the Trek rewrite? We're just kind of using Nukara as a group up point because nobody's here and it's a convenient group up point. And we were doing the Tholian stuff anyways. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Harriet. Like, don't mistake me. Alice Krieg is legit. She is. And there's been some individual moments or scenes that are really cool with various queens. And I'll absolutely acquiesce to that. But, no. Eject. Screw the queen. So hang on. Kira White Noise. What's your character name? And thank you, Sputnik Lock. I will put that towards Grand Theft Auto 5. You got it. Thank you. Let me jot that down really quick here. Well, get here, Kira White Noise. God. I think Drazana is closest. Ryza is if you can't. Well, good, Ben Wilmot. That's kind of the point, really, isn't it? We may complain and we may whine, but let's be honest, we're all here because we all like Star Trek, am I right? I mean, within reason. Listen, you could just have so much sex, just all of the sex on Ryza. It's just non-stop, it's just a giant ball of people who are all having I'm sorry, I just mentally pictured a giant ball of people having sex, which of course immediately reminds me of South Park. Everyone back in the pile! Oh my god. Nude beaches? That's just terrible. Why would you want a nude beach? You'd have to see yourself naked. That would be terrible. Oh, God. Like, torture levels right there. I admit if you put a gun to my head and made me use the Borg Queen, I'm not sure what I'd do with her, because both of the ideas that immediately come to mind are very, very typical cliched answers. And I don't really like either of them. Oh. Sorry, it's 1,000,000,000 degrees here. And I'm just black licorice now. That's just my life. Here, White Noise. What's your character? Wanted a Borg Queen? Because they were going for an insect parallel. So then that's why it's a queen. It smells so good. I love to just sit here. I should just leave my tea here on my desk, so I can just be like, I'm afraid I must give you judgment, Ben Wilmot. Time has come for, you know, death. Why is that a judgment question? So the cooperative in Star Trek... Where's my beetle stuff? The cooperative in Voyager was a group of non-evil-ish Borg who wanted to be part of the collective. More accurately, they wanted to be their collective. Imagine a collective that doesn't conquer and doesn't force assimilation onto people. They're still not super good. But they're obviously a much less evil force than the Borg Collective are. Now, we're going to stop that discussion right there, because this is STO, and of course STO touches on the cooperative. So we're just going to leave that off to the side for the moment. A collective that allows for individuality isn't a collective by definition. Alright, hang on, I gotta go murder Mike Romano for disagreeing with the group. Bragwin is now collecting dinner. Oh, Clea. There you are. Sorry, I didn't understand what I beamed in Clea meant. Like, you mentioned Clea earlier, and I was just really confused what that had to do with anything. Alright. Let's go kill the Queen. By which I mean, let's go die to the Queen. This should be into the Hive. Let me double check my notes to make sure it is. Yep, into the Hive. I'd say yes, Ross. Ugh, I look down upon you, Ben Wilmot. Betoch, I say. Want to hear something funny? Check this out. I got an Imperial Star Destroyer modified right there. I got an SSD, an ISD, the Hyperion. Over here I got a bunch of stuffed animals and Pokemon. Some Mega Man stuff, some Mario stuff. You know what you do not see behind me? Is any Trek models. There's not a lot of Trek ships I would want a model of. There's a couple, but they are not really available, so...
You have penetrated to the heart of Unimatrix 01 and the home of the Borg Queen. Prepare for glorious battle. The Borg will summon reinforcements, disrupt their communications by disconnecting drones attached to the central plexus nodes. Disconnected Borg will move to defend their position. Neutralize them so they cannot initiate repairs on the central plexus. Remember, they may adapt to your weapons. Use a remodulator when they do, or rely on physical and ballistic weaponry to bypass their shields. I'm reading high levels of plasma in the central plexus. As the levels increase, there will be a localized discharge. I do not recommend affected areas when that happens.
Alright. And no, I don't have the Normandy, and I probably never will. I'm not a huge fan of Mass Effect ships. Now, I would have a ton of Homeworld ship models if they existed. Like, seriously, I'd have, like, 10 Homeworld models if I could. But, you know, whatever. Okay, down?
Sweep this route quickly and you'll catch the Borg off guard. Seize the advantage!
Sure. Well, some death going on here. Oh, yep. That hurt like hell, too. That's funny. Thoughts on The Expanse? Well, I've never read it, and I've never watched it, and I never will. So, it's probably a good show.
Borg are reacting. They are awakening reinforcements.
I actually thought about trying to get an Eagle Moss model of a few ships, but the ones I really like aren't available or are way too expensive. Well, the same reason I usually don't watch shows in general, Praxis. I have no time to watch shows. So the only time I watch shows is for the show, my show. So that's probably never happening, honestly. So I suppose I should say definitely never, just probably never. Kinda. I mean, I've heard good stuff about The Expanse, but... Well, let's just say that Proto-Molecule really de-invested me in the possibility of watching the show. That's the other thing. What models would I go for if I had unlimited budget and, like, Q-like powers to make models exist? Or do you mean just from Trek? Because that's a different question. Oh, that hurt. Alright, so if I could get any model from Star Trek. So I'd obviously get a Dideredex, because that ship is just pretty. Just beautiful.
Force field between a central plexus and collective core is down. Gather there for a mission update. We are detecting an energy buildup in the area around the collective core. It appears to be some type of automated defense. The core itself is shielded from our sensors, but we can use the signal from your communicators to upload the fractal virus. If you fail to keep any crew members alive in the collective core, then the signal's upload will be paused.
Interesting. So yes, Dideredex is a duh. I take a Burrell because I do love the look of that ship. I'd honestly probably take a Galaxy, a Constitution A, an Excelsior modified. The one ship I can't think of the name of, I'll have to look it up. Are we waiting? Are we waiting back here? What's going on? Let's see. What else? Galor. I do love the Galor. Yes, Flygan. That's the one I'm thinking of. So, hold the line, I believe is what this particular step is. I feel like I'm missing a few. Let's see. I actually really like the Mogai, the Romulan ship.
The Borg are reacting to the virus upload. Reinforcements inbound.
That's the one from Nemesis, ironically. But we see it in this game quite a bit. It's like their medium cruiser. I wouldn't mind several Jem'Hadar ships. Especially my actual carrier, the one I use in-game. My favorite Federation ship? Oh, geez. Purely cosmetically, or, like... By what metric? Give me a metric here. The button's still there, Trithon. I don't know if it's actually workable, though. Purely cosmetically? Hang on. There's a specific ship. It's an STO ship. Give me a second. Let's see if I can find it quickly. It's a very specific variant of the Vesta. I think this is it. Otherwise, it'd probably be the Constitution A. I really do love that ship.
This is it. The time has come. Queen's chamber is dead ahead. The Borg have completely blocked our sensors in that area, so I don't know what you'll find. I'm sure she will be well defended. This is our one chance to cripple the power of the collective. Do whatever you have to do to succeed.
Okay. Go beat the Borg Queen. Yeah, the Constitution A is a model you can tell they just put a huge amount of love and effort and care into. No nostalgia speaking there. I think that ship looks good now. It's one of the few legendary ships I've been tempted by. In fact, there's, I think, a total of 3. The galaxy's nice, but not cosmetically. I mean...
Borg. Resistance is futile. I am Borg. Resistance is futile.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly, Ross. That's why I asked you for your metric. It's like, We've been debating that, Ben Wilmot. The basics of what we're debating is either we're going to use the saucer separation a whole lot more, or we're going to eject it entirely. We're not sure which one yet.
I am Borg. Do you think you have wounded me? Separated me from my children? Your actions are meaningless. I am Borg.
Of course, Ben Wilmot.
I am the collective.
Part of the point of the rewrite is to get people involved in the writer's room. I have ultimate say, because dictator, but the council's always there. Dictator with council, right? Same thing in writing. I probably would not like to live on an Intrepid, but it would be okay. It's just, you know, whatever, right? Oh, yes I did, Huthor. I flat out said, no queen. Eject him. Boop, gone. Queen bad, yo. So, this fight is a lot meaner than it probably is looking. Hi, Cylidia. Hi, Rama. We're probably going to Shrek this, but I actually did this several times back in the day, and didn't succeed on it until we came back much more recently. Like, last year or the year before it, and finally was able to actually beat this mission for the first time. She's mean. Well, so here's my thought, Ben Wilmot, and I don't mean to tell you that you're dumb and you're awful and I hate you. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I had a bit of internet stuck in my throat there. But in my opinion, it would make more sense and actually kind of work a little bit better if, instead of having the Galaxy, or other ships like it, be a ship that can separate, make it so that there's 2 ships. Like, imagine each episode of TNG has 2 ships. You know, there's the Enterprise D, and then there's the Bob Wilson over there, which is the backup ship, which is the support ship, right? And that's the equivalent of the saucer in terms of role. So there's the big thing. I referenced this earlier. That is a Gorn. Elite, tactical, assimilated Gorn. Notice she's doing all the mechanics from the rest of the dungeon, too. This is actually probably one of the better designed dungeons here. Oh yeah, you could solve a lot of issues in TNG with just having 2 ships. It's one of the reasons they didn't separate the saucer very often. But you know me, that's just bad writing at that point. Yes, I know the other reason was budget. I mean, everybody hated that model. So yeah, no, I was thinking, that's my thought.
You cannot defeat me. You cannot defeat the Borg.
That's true. My thought was, instead of having a ship that separates, we just have 2 ships and effectively do the same thing. By the way, we're not done with her yet. We're now in phase 3 of this fight, if you're paying attention. But yeah, exactly, Ross. Treat it like there's the core, you know, there's the headquarters ship, the command ship. That's the one Picard's on, consequently. And then we've got, let's get some Borg nanoprobes out here. And then we've got the support vessel. That's probably where the families are on and stuff like that.
The enemy is in a state of disarray. Without their precious queen, the Borg Collective is falling apart. Wait, we're receiving a signal. Ugh. Return to your vessel at once. The queen is uploading her consciousness into a ship.
So, final mission for now. Final TFO for now. Hive Onslaught. Do you remember how I mentioned I've only ever done the previous Hive thing once? Well, same thing. Except I've actually done Hive Onslaught twice. But my point is, this is yet another mission I was absolutely incapable of doing back in the day. Just could not kill her. By the way, I'm just going to give you a very small amount of warning. We're going to do this one in advanced. Because I want you to appreciate this one. So, I'll allow anybody to back out, but here, walk over by me if you want to be a part of Advanced Hive Onslaught. This one's... I'm just going to let you know, this one's going to be mean. But we'll probably manage it. Okay, it looks like we still have more than 5 people. That sucks. I'll get Kara White Noise. I know she hasn't been able to be here for a lot of these. And, I'll flip a coin for these last 2. Alright, we'll go and get Bragwin in for the last one. Okay. We could do a lead if we're really insane, but I've never done a lead successfully for Hive Onslaught. I am not a tank build. I'm a DPS build. Oh shoot, I forgot to change ships. I was going to change ships specifically for these missions. I'm so stupid. Whatever, it's too late now. It's okay, we probably need the damage anyways. You know, I just noticed we haven't had flickering. You got that? Do you want me to bring my tank ship? Because I can, I think. Admiral, I contacted the Dreadnought as soon as we had detected Borg Queen's transfer. Looks like we're going with Plan B. We need to engage the Queen's guards. Yep. This is exactly as mean as it looks. We'll just keep going this ship. We'll switch to the other ship for the Borg missions. How's that sound? I love the visuals of this area, by the way. The Uniplex. And if you can't tell, those are multiple cubes over there. Multiple tactical cubes over there.
That form was flesh. Weak. Fallible.
So we're going to be a little cautious here, because if you just go into the middle, what's going to happen is you're going to friggity die. Actually, the first thing I do is accidentally go too close to the middle, so we're going to back off a little bit here. Drift. Try to push this tack cube down. Okay, we have got this, but I will not be surprised if we have some deaths on this mission. I was kind of mentioning this before. You've been seeing the Borg on normal, aka easy. Advanced Borg, they can hit a little harder. Thankfully, nobody's doing what mostly happens on this mission and charging the middle and getting creamed. V'ger! Well, that's an interesting thing to bring up, Rama. Do me a favor and remember that for the next 3 or 4 minutes or so. I mean, I kind of agree with you, Sabacom, but that's whatever. See you around, Space Cadet. Hopefully. So, speaking of V'ger...
We're detecting a massive energy buildup!
We have the Borg.
They're preparing to fire lance weapons! I'll draw their fire! Get under their guns!
Resistance is futile.
That's ridiculous, Shrathon. No, Alexander! Of course, one of them's destroyed before I even leave the cutscene, but I expected that. What is V'ger? You're looking at it. STO decided to make canon something that Roddenberry himself said, that the ship that V'ger was given was granted to it by the Borg. So these Borg vessels are... that's the V'ger model. Full tilt.
You will become one with the Borg.
Your efforts are futile, Victory. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
So you remember how I mentioned Donatra had a lot of health? The dodecahedron, I believe, has the most health of anything in the entire game. We are just pushing through this guy. Oh, I'm dead. So, the dodecahedron was the introduction of the feedback pulse, which I didn't notice in time. That's on me. So I actually killed myself there. But yes, the other theory is that V'ger might have created the Borg, which is pretty stupid, but, you know. V'ger is kind of stupid in general, let's just be honest with ourselves.
I am Borg. I am eternal. This is not the end.
Blah, blah, blah. Damn it, Ben Wilmot. So, we're banged up, but the crew made it, and we're alive. The Borg are gone forever. We did it. We beat the Borg. Only one death. Me to myself. That's actually pretty impressive. So, that's the end of the Borg TFOs. You can tell what they were going for. And I'm not sure if I like it or not. It's definitely early STO. It's definitely very crude, very unpolished, and you can tell they weren't sure what they were doing yet. But, as you can tell, that's not the end of the Borg. Because why would it be? Sorry, Bragwin. Okay. Well, thank you everyone who joined me for that little bundle. Let's go ahead and get some thoughts down here while we go to Sol for no reason. Being healed by a galaxy. So the next arc, which we are going to go ahead and start, is Borg Advance. The first step is to do all the TFOs, which we just did. So, turns out, there's a lot of Borg activity in the Burgess system. Now, you're more than up to the task, and I know you have previous experience with the Collective. There's no better officer for the task. But stay alert, there's been reports of Tal Shiar out there, which is really weird. Come on, let me dock. Let me dock! I'm gonna leave the Borg music playing for a minute.
Cadets arriving from Starfleet Academy must report to Admiral...
Oh my god, who's for? That sounds hysterical. Yeah, congratulations, you have a lot of chicken meat now. So let's switch to the other ship I have prepped for this run. So this ship's a little bigger than the other ship.
This is Commander Talus of the Romulan Star Empire vessel, RNA. We are under attack by Borg scout squadrons. This is a formal request for assistance from any ship receiving this message. Do not abandon us.
So yeah, this ship is, I believe the biggest playable ship in the game, although all three juggernauts are gargantuan. I, of course, have a few things to make it a little bit more maneuverable. It's kind of silly in action, but it's still fun to watch. Yep, I'm coming at you. Coming at you. Yeah, the game will actually bug out because of how huge this ship is. This is the Borg Juggernaut. There's the Vodwar Juggernaut, the Emerald Chain Juggernaut, and the Borg Juggernaut. To my knowledge, there's only the three. It's a whole new class of ship that's pretty recent. Now, this probably doesn't look all that big.
To any ship in range, this is the IRW RNA. My ship has been attacked and disabled by the Borg. My crew are being assimilated. The self-destruct is offline. I have retreated with my surviving officers to the main science lab. If you can hear this, I formally request assistance. If there is no one who can respond to this message, then may we die with honor.
Aren't you a Romulan? So anyways, you see that Mokai? That's a medium cruiser, but it's still pretty large. Still got the same general wingspan of the D'Derdex. And that's it alongside... It's kind of hard to get a good camera angle, but you could see it alongside just my left hook there. I'm actually bigger than ESD, kind of. Like, I'm not completely bigger, but like the main upper thing. Yeah, this thing, God, this ship is so huge. It's so stupid. This is my tank ship, by the way.
Thank you for coming to our assistance. Borg drones have beamed aboard the RNA and are attempting to assimilate my crew. Several of us have barricaded ourselves in the science lab. We need your assistance to prevent our ship from being assimilated and to save the rest of the crew.
On my way. God. Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna show it off. It's ridiculous. They never actually explained that ship. Because why would they, I guess?
Borg have the ability to adapt to energy weapons.
Blah, blah,
in order
blah.
to use energy weapons effectively against them, equip yourself and your bridge officers with frequency remodulators.
Right.
There is a supply of them not far from your current. There should be enough remodulators in that crate for your entire
Oh my god.
team.
I literally have to equip it or it won't let me advance the quest.
Easily enough.
I'm not going to immediately unequip that because screw you. But it literally would not let me open the door without equipping that. Oh no, when I get to the temporal arc, remind me to be in the Juggernaut. So anyways, it's my tank build. So, you kind of already saw that in the previous mission. Tank builds, DPS builds, fighter builds, mage builds, rainbow builds. There's probably another variant or sub-variant, but those are the majority of the categories of builds that you can build in this game. Now, I've already showed off the fighter build extensively, and you've seen the DPS build, the Dreadnought. The tank build, well, you're not going to see a lot of it because I'm going to absolutely destroy everything in my path, but The tank build is exactly what it sounds
Lock
like.
down the passage ahead. Use the console in sickbay to override the security protocols.
Why is it in sickbay? So, just to give you an idea of some of the stuff I do, I have talents and tiers and traits and all that stuff set up so that every time I do damage, I regain health. And every time I hit something, I have a chance to regain health. And every time that I regain health, I regain health. And every time I hit an ability to regain health, I regain health. That's not me being facetious. In fact, I think I skipped a few there. Now, I just realized I actually missed a build.
The force fields guarding the science lab.
That's my bad.
We managed to fend off the first wave, but we need your help. Get to the lab and stop the remaining drones.
So hold up. I actually forgot to mention there's one other type of build, and that's the torpedo boat. Now, a torpedo boat is technically a sub-build of a DPS build, but there's a way to build it so that you just stay in cloak and just fire torpedoes endlessly, like at range at your target, stuff like that.
Thank you so much for saving us.
You're welcome.
The Tal Shiar were using us as test subjects in their experiments with Borg technology. Only a few of us survived their investigations. I know that they'll do anything to preserve their empire. And I've seen with my own eyes what they and the Ilachi did to the outlying colonies. But I didn't think they would be this cruel to their own people.
So in case you missed that, this is a Romulan... Well, this is probably a Tal Shiar ship, let's just be honest about it. But this is a Romulan Star Empire ship, and the people that we just killed were Romulan Republic citizens. Keep that in mind, because this is the build-up for the actual Romulan arc, which we'll be doing next, probably tomorrow. And by probably, I mean definitely. We're still going to help them because they're fighting the Borg, but the reason they're fighting the Borg is because they're stupid. They were experimenting with Borg tech, and this happened. So, good job, idiots. But remember, we talked about this during the Klingon arc. The Tal Shiar are stupid and desperate, and that's not a great combo. And that's actually not true, Mike Romano. The problem here is there's actually 3 Romulan arcs. And rather than do one, and then pause to do something else, and then do another, and then pause to do something else, and do the final one, I decided to just bundle all the Romulan stuff into one arc, because it's all one arc. So, while your statement is technically correct, Mike Romano, I'm afraid you know what that means. By the way, part of the reason I have 2 party members who have melee weapons is to not have to deal with some nonsense like this. I mean, we could flag hand. It's not a terrible idea. I remember when I was playing this with a friend of mine, and we got to this specific quest.
Borg drones incoming. Destroy them before they reach the research equipment.
Why would... Okay, whatever. We got to this specific quest, and it was... The first objective was, we need to beam over to a Borg-infested ship. And his response was, no! Now, you know what's funny? He quit STO not that long afterwards. I think those two facts are unrelated, it's just funny. And yeah, Admiral Murphy's correct. I'm not doing these quests in order. I am forcibly redoing them in an order that I feel works a little bit better in order to make this whole story make a little bit more sense. I did make 3 mistakes. I did TOS when I shouldn't have. I did Fara when I shouldn't have. And I should have done Cold War before we did the 2800. Other than that, though, I stand by the intended order and how I'm doing this whole nonsense. You know, I'm not sure, Savacom. Oh, I agree, Chthon, but whatever.
Scanners show no further Borg presence aboard. Thank you for your aid, but I must ask you to return to your ship at once. Our research here is critical to the survival of the Romulan Star Empire, and I cannot share these secrets, even with our rescuers.
I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to hide? What? Oh, I guess I'm just gonna investigate for you. Scan, scan, scan. You don't mind if I take some scans, do you? Everyone hold them at gunpoint while I take some scans.
We are studying salvaged Borg devices. Bear in mind that this technology is now the sovereign property of the Romulan Star Empire. My engineers tell me that our engines are online, so your further presence aboard my ship is neither necessary nor desirable. For your own safety, I advise you to leave and to forget what you have seen here.
You're an idiot. Yeah, let me leave some spatial charges here.
Long-range sensors show a Borg squadron approaching at speed. Essential repairs to our singularity drive are almost complete. If you can occupy the Borg and give us the time we need, I will overlook your intrusion on our classified research.
I'm afraid I can't let you escape with Borg technology. That's way too dangerous.
I had hoped to avoid a confrontation with you, but I see you are as unreasonable as I expected. Very well. Prepare to see the results of our research.
Okay. I'm waiting. Are you gonna show me that's she promised me results. Oh, whatever.
Your odds of survival are infinitesimal. You cannot defeat us. Surrender now, and we will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own.
We are responding to a distress call from an IRW RNA. Normally we wouldn't provide assistance to the Tal Shiar, but the Borg are a threat to all of us. However, you appear to have things well in hand. Do you require assistance?
IRW, so that's a Republic ship. So they're cool. Any assistance you can provide would be very helpful, thank you. Me and the Republic, we're tight, yo. I like the Republic. So let's see if we can take out this Borg cube. So you know how absolutely gargantuan Borg cubes are, right? Well, we're actually not as big as a Borg cube, but we're getting there. And that more than anything should convince you just how large my ship is. I'm not trying to say it like I'm bragging. It's actually the exact opposite. I love this ship. It's tanky as hell. And it's fantastic. But like, god damn it. It's so huge. I dislike how large it is. It actually irritates me how large my own ship is. Yeah, we need to see this thing next to the tarantula, because you saw how gargantuan the tarantula was, too. Yeah, I'll show this against the universe as well, if I ever see one. Are we done here? I guess we're done here. Okay, cool. The Borg have returned. Because, look at that, the camera literally goes inside the ship. And you know how the ship's supposed to fly off in the distance and then warp out? The ship's so large, you can still see it in the distance. Borg and Tal Shiar. Can't think of a worse combination. I can! We knew that Tal Shiar had an interest in Borg tech, but I thought Starfleet and the Republic had put a stop to the research. Now we know they're still working with stolen collective tech. We need to be vigilant. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Give me a lockbox. Let's go. Admiral, what do you know about the Borg nanovirus? More than you. The Borg aren't just assimilating individuals anymore. They've assimilated entire areas. They infect the technology, the water, the flora, the air. After that, the whole planet is Borg. Starfleet has a team working on a counteragent on Omicron Kappa 2. We lost contact with them. We fear the nanovirus escaped containment. What are we? The frickin' Tal Shiar? Whatever, get me out there. Boo. Agreed, Blade Javal. Loxana Troy and the Borg. In your head, you just hear resistance is futile. And then a gong for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. Oh my god, the planet's been assimilated by the Borg. We must help them. It's the only way. By the way, I want to show off one of this. So I mentioned each of the ships, well, some of the ships have a super unique ability. Well, I want you to watch that sphere on the right side of the screen, okay? Yeah, there it is. I was just saying. Yep, there was actually a Q mission here. Which wasn't properly voiced, but whatever. So one of the super unique ability of this ship is that. Now, it doesn't do that much damage. But, you know, it does a decent chunk. It also completely disintegrates a ship if it kills it. Oh, and to answer you, yes, I do also get a little bit of healing back from taking damage. The point is, none of these things that heal me are really that big, but all of them at once, well, that's the thing. The downside of the way I have this build set up is if I can't properly do damage, I can't properly heal. The problem with most vampire builds. In any game. You may notice my shields tend to stay down, but my hull, no. My hull's fine. Yeah, it's the Lucari thing, pretty sure. I've got all sorts of stuff set up. I'm pretty proud of this build. See you around, Flag End. Get some good rest. Yeah, it was Q, and he was called Q, and he looked like John Delancey Q. But he was like, no, I'm not that Q. I'm the younger Q. What kind of stupid idiot are you for thinking I'm regular Q? I do love the look of the assimilated plasma beams, though, which is what I'm primarily using for damage there. Those also heal, of course. Alright, let's beam down and save the planet. Good night, Belmont. Have a good one. Sorry, I'm checking my notes over here on the side. Yep, we did that, we did that, we did that. We did that. Yeah, the only thing missing is being able to go past 100%. Alright, there's a lot of Borg here. Be careful. Okay. Oh my god, that scientist is about to be assimilated. By the Borg! Notice some repurposed assets from Fara here, by the way. Done much better, I might add.
Thank you. Your arrival could not have been more timely. My fellow researchers are still at our camp, and require your assistance. There are Borg in the area.
Stay behind us. We'll handle the Borg. I mean, that would actually be a hell of a shock, alright. Surprise, it was Landru. Or Landru. Where'd you come from? My god. Numerous Borg life signs on attack. Hey, who's this guy? He looks like an Ironite guy. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to get too close to your personal space there, buddy. That's an interesting question, Rama, especially since there's some people who think the Q could be assimilated. But the answer is anything energy-based is probably a no. Although not definitely. Otherwise, no. Although it also depends on who you ask, because that's how Star Trek works. On me, I'm just gonna be back here. What's going on? Yeah, get out of here. Beam out of here. Hey, you, head researcher.
Thanks for the rescue. My name is Dr. Eric Cooper. My team and I were researching the Borg nanovirus. It's fascinating. The Borg have been using it to assimilate entire planets. The land, the buildings, the people. Anyway, during the course of our research, the nanovirus containment failed. The nanovirus activated and assimilated enough equipment to signal the collective.
Oh, great.
We cannot allow the Borg to continue using this nanovirus. I think we have enough data to formulate a counteragent, but we'll need to recover it from the area that's already assimilated. That's why I stayed behind. I can get you inside the compound, but then it will be up to you to recover the data. Can I count on your assistance?
Probably, yeah.
Thank you. I'm in your debt, as is the entire Alpha Quadrant. Lead the way to the force field.
Okay, but do me a favor and stay close. I'm not sure what to make of that, Admiral Murphy. I mean, you notice how we're being just as stupid as the Tal Shiar here, really. So what are you doing? Well, we were on this planet studying a Borg virus that assimilates planets. Okay. So you had safeguards, right? Backups? Backups upon backups? No, but containment failed. Right. You, okay. Yeah, it's pretty much Jurassic Park. Except even more egregious if you think about it. Are you coming, Cooper? Jesus. Time for a hold the line mission. Let's get some turrets going. There we go. The one thing the Borg cannot resist. You like open the damn gate, Cooper, and stop cowering before the Borg. God. Man up, dude. Frickin' scientists, I swear. Yeah, it's funny. This game is usually pretty good about remembering tech that the actual shows forget. So you'd think they would remember that they literally have remote-controlled drone things to, deal with situations like this. Oh, are you done? Jesus, dude.
I've overridden the force fields, but the Borg detected the intrusion into their systems. They'll know you're coming. Head into the facility and locate the central data node. We don't have time to search for the right files, so simply transfer all the information to your ship's computer and hold off the Borg until the transfer is complete. I'll stay here. I'd probably just get in your way.
Yeah, sure, I'll just leave you back here unguarded and unattended to in Borg territory. That sounds like the best idea I've ever had. Actually, I wasn't referring to the exocomps, although that's also valid. I was talking about the thing Geordi used. The tractor probe or whatever that he used to control a ship that was... to control a drone that was trying to figure out what was going on in a ship that fell into a gravity well. I don't even remember the name of that episode. It's actually a pretty forgettable episode. Listen, all I'm saying is that continuity is the best thing ever. Any questions? Yeah, that's why I was pointing to the actual drones, not the exocomps. Although I still am not sure I agree with the exocomps are sentient, but that's neither here nor there. If we are to presume they're sentient, then yeah, they're not drones and therefore are useless. They should be destroyed immediately. Hasta repente. Borg exocomp. It doesn't even look any different. Just a little more green. So the Undine just showed up and started bombarding the planet from orbit. Because the Undine don't really care for the Borg. Spoilers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on. And there's an Undine. In actual battle armor. Just killing a lot of Borg. A lot of Borg, really. I wonder what that was all about. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Here. Undine troops are beaming down. They're focusing on the Borg, but they'll find me soon.
Okay. Well, I'll just get back there then. Hello, Cooper.
It looked like the Borg just abducted that Undine. But that's pointless. Undine can't be assimilated. Unless... the Borg must believe they have found a way to assimilate the Undine. We have to stop them. There's probably too much interference to transport, but there are some pattern enhancers nearby. Those should help us get back to your ship.
Oh my god. Please let me get out of combat so I can stop killing you. And yeah, this is, I believe the second time total we see the Undine, even if we do this, in order. Thanks to all the cuts and rewrites and everything else. The first time was a Federation-only mission, with the jackass who replaced the ambassador. Let's get out of here. Kill the Undine. Kill the Undine. And it's stuck at 1 health, because of course it is. So, the Undine beamed down people to attack the planet. In person. This is very stupid, because the Undine can do this. Now, I would be honest with you. I don't like the Undine in general. But that's nonsense. Like, total freaking nonsense. Like, 10 dinky frigate-sized ships can just combine and blow up a planet. Do you know how ridiculous that is on every level? Even the Death Star was at least the size of a small moon. God dang. Anyways, that's all awesome. I think, with how close we are to the end of the shift, rather... Oh, God, we're way up here. Rather than, you know, trying to push, I'm going to go ahead and not do that. But I want to head back to Sol really quick. See if there's any other ships I could show you how ridiculous that thing is. Yeah, they really were trying to get their footing until, honestly, the Culinary arc. Even the early Romulan stuff was still kind of, you could tell they were just making it up as they go. From Culinary onwards, things start to cohese a lot more. And you can tell they had things planned out more, too. Wow, that thing is stupid big. Alright, let's see. Any good showcasing here? I mean, you can see how big I am compared to ESD here. Like I said, I'm not as big as the whole thing, but, I mean, you know... Oh, I accidentally phased inside of ESD. My bad. Oh, God. Oh, God. Get me out of here. Oh, God. I'm stuck! Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see, what's a really... you know what? That's probably a good ship to show it off. You see that Galaxy-class ship right there? This speck that's next to me. That's how stupidly big this stupid ship is. God damn it. Oh yeah, and here's the Tarantula. While we're at it. God, the Tarantula is also quite a large ship, but... God dang, look at that. Look at that. You'll notice that, I mentioned this earlier, the camera is actually more zoomed out than it would be on other ships. Oh yeah, by the way, that little speck, that's a Constitution cruiser down there. This is as far in as I could zoom, by the way. It literally will not let me zoom in more than this. I don't know, Harian. Yeah, this thing is so silly. I love the ship mechanically, but every time I see it, I just... Anyways. Any universes? That would have been nice. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let's see... what do we got here? Let's switch over here really quick. Several mic mono. Yeah, the game literally bugs out with its size. Non-exaggerating. See you around, Ross. Enjoy the flight back. Make sure to get more Waffle House before you go. I have a full stomach for the flight. Yeah, Picard's like, no! No! Also, most shields actually don't look right on this ship. It's another thing. Damn, no universes. Oh my god. See, that says it more than anything else. Every other ship I've shown off is whatever, but that's an Excelsior Dreadnought. That is a huge freaking ship. That thing was colossal for its era. It's this speck. I could quite literally fit multiple Excelsiors in my hull. God damn. Okay, I'm done. I'm done making fun of how ridiculous this ship is. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We didn't make it. Everyone was right. We came very close. We are literally 2 quests. We have 2 quests before we're out of BC. We can finally get on to the Wrath stuff. So, I hope you have enjoyed, as always. I'll see you next time.